right before you retire to be able to take the title of world champion. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's very cool. A lot of stuff to look forward to in the StarCraft scene.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
keep it moving.
Yeah.
On to World of Warcraft. Last year, for the first time, we had the Mythic Dungeon Invitational. It was a big hit, and we're bringing it back this year. So what can we expect from MDI?
Yeah. So for MDI, so now it's the Mythic Dungeon International. A little
it's
bit
international
of a rebranding that we got there. So that's been an awesome competition. Really what we've been seeing is Method EU dominating pretty much the entire year.
Right.
Except at the spring finals, we saw their sister team, Method NA, take them down. And going into MDI, it's actually anybody's game. We don't know who's going to win, which I think makes it a great competition.
Right.
We actually saw Method NA take down Method EU yesterday in some of the preliminary matches and knocked them down to the lower bracket.
Wow, that's super exciting. And on the other side, we have WoW Arena.
Yep.
Is there anything we should be looking out for in that competition?
So MDI is today, Friday. So if you want to catch that, it's today.
Okay.
The Arena World Championship is tomorrow.
Right.
That's going to be 8 teams, 4 players each, PvP tournament. For the past few years, it's really been North America and Europe battling it out. But we have 2 dark horses coming in, a team from Latin America and a team from Australia. And so we're really seeing if they can kind of shake up the meta a little bit.
Let's talk. There's a lot going on with Warcraft for sure, but I'd love to jump into Hearthstone, the Grandmasters Global Finals. You know, we've got VK Lion. She's the first woman to advance to this area. So what can we expect from her?
Totally. So VK Lion is the first female player to ever compete in a world championship for Hearthstone, which is super exciting. She's coming from China. In Hearthstone this year, we launched a brand new ecosystem called Hearthstone Grandmasters. It's a league competition. So what we're looking at today is the top 2 players from the Americas region, top 2 from Europe, top 2 from Asia Pacific, and top 2 from China, all battling out for $500,000. We put a new patch in about a month ago, and so the game has a new meta, and it's pretty crazy, and I think anybody could win.
Well, I doubt anybody's playing Hunter, but if they are, I hope it's hilarious.
One person has Hunter.
Okay.
One person.
All right. Fingers crossed.
All right. That's gonna be exciting. All right. Well, last but not least, let's go to my backyard real quick.
Yes.
The Overwatch World Cup. I really want to talk this with you. Of course, Team South Korea. They've been dominant. They've won 3 years in a row. Any chance of seeing somebody take down Team South Korea this year?
You know, you don't want to say it, but I think everybody wants to see that, right? Everybody at least wants to see somebody put up a threat to them. 3 years in a row is crazy. Going for the 4P, that would be insane. But we're really excited to see kind of how that shapes up. Preliminary matches started yesterday. Group stages are today, but if you want to watch it live, we're going to be in the arena all day Saturday, and it's going to be the top 6 teams.
It's a lot of Canada fans here. How do you feel like Canada's shaping up?
Canada is always looking as a contender. They're top 3 the past 2 years, and you know, you got XQC on it. Everybody loves him. So
yeah. What about Team USA? I mean, this is a team that has the Overwatch League MVP and Sinatra on their squad. Do you think there's a good chance that they are the guys who pull off the upset against Team South Korea?
I hope so. I think we're going to see a USA versus South Korea finals.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, I have another question.
That's what you think.
That's my opinion.
All right.
I have another question about World Cup. You guys, things were a little different this year. There were a lot of teams that came from different regions this year. Kind of, how was that yesterday? Kind of seeing all these teams come from all these different.
It was super cool. It was something we really wanted to try different. Is how do we get more people participating and being more inclusive with the Overwatch World Cup? Just seeing all those different teams coming together, and the community surrounding the esports competition was awesome. But to see all the different people from different countries coming and battling it out, it was really cool to kind of see who played well against who. There's some teams that never even played against each other before, and so it was really interesting to see how the different metas kind of came together.
What's it been like for you? I mean, I've been doing this show for 6 years. How has it been for you to watch esports grow to what it is today?
Oh, it's been awesome. It feels like just yesterday I was here in the fans watching Warcraft 3 being competed. And now we're here, we have 4 games and 5 competitions across 2 days.
I remember when it was just StarCraft, Warcraft.
Right? And then we have so much prize money up for grabs from all of our competitors. It's really cool to see people train and practice, master their craft for an entire year and come and compete on the big stage. That's what BlizzCon's all about, you know what I mean?
What arena are you going to be sitting in?
I have the luxury of being able to visit all of them, but tonight I'm going to be catching the StarCraft
Well,
finals.
Sam, thank you so much for coming and joining us at the desk.
Yeah, we really appreciate you coming and sitting down and chatting with us. But guys, let's see how you guys are gearing up for BlizzCon on social media right now. And actually, you know what? Before we do that, let's go ahead and toss things right over to Mythic.
Oh, we're going to check in on Mythic Hall again. Mythic Hall, what's going on?
Пока ничего интересного нет, потому что они пока обсуждают о том, что... Все заткнулись. Они пока всякие глупости говорят, они говорили это скажем,
How you
об
feeling,
Overwatch,
BlizzCon?
ХХС с точки зрения киберспорта. Боже мой,
Before we
что с
start the
тобой
opening ceremony,
случилось?
I want to say a few words. You know, Blizzard had the opportunity to bring the world together in a tough
У
Hearthstone
Blizzard
esports
есть,
moment about a month ago.
появилась...
And we did not. We moved too quickly in our decision making.
О, они хотят извиниться за ситуацию в Гонконге.
We were too slow to talk with all of you. When
Нифига
I think
себе.
about what I'm most unhappy about, there's really two things. The first one is we didn't live up to the high standards that we really set for ourselves. And the second is we failed in our purpose. And for that,
Фактически он сейчас
I am
извиняется за
sorry,
ситуацию в
and I accept
Гонконге,
accountability.
которая вот случилась, когда
So what exactly?
Когда парня из Китая, по-моему, выкинули из турнира и отобрали у него выигрыш за то, что он там высказался за...
So what exactly is our purpose? BlizzCon is demonstrating it even as we speak. We aspire to bring the world together in epic entertainment. And I truly believe in the positive power of video games.
Ну, это, понимаешь, это как бы Анвар, это сейчас
When we get it right,
просто
we
они
create
сейчас,
a common
сам
ground
понимаешь,
where the community
если они
comes
сейчас не
together
оближут всех, то
to compete,
сам по себе BlizzCon
connect,
будет провальный.
and play, irrespective of the things that divide us.
Что,
As an example,
что случилось?
BlizzCon has people from 59 countries all around the world here at the show today. That is
Ну, типа
amazing.
говорят, что на BlizzCon приехали люди с 50 различных
And
стран, и
that
это замечательно,
is the
здорово,
positive power of
офигительно.
video games. To transcend divisions that
Виктор,
surround us
успокойся.
in so many of our places.
Никому не нужны наши голые фотки.
We will do better going forward.
И
But
мы
our
будем
actions
стараться
are going to matter
лучше.
more than any of these words.
Кому раздать?
As you walk around this
Машинки
weekend,
для лапши на
I hope
уши.
it's clear how committed we are to everyone's right to express themselves in all kinds of ways, in all kinds of places. I've actually seen and heard many of you expressing yourself this morning.
Я уже сделал трансляцию чуть тише, Виктор, еще раньше.
You use your vacation and your family time to be here in Anaheim with us, and we are so grateful that you're here this weekend. Our best moments are here
Мы очень
in our
благодарны, что
shared
вы
passion
бла-бла-бла
for
пришли
Blizzard
к
games.
нам, приехали, вы такие молодцы.
So once again, BlizzCon has
Еще
brought us
раз.
together, and today you're going to see a lot of the hard work of the Blizzard team.
И что сегодня вы увидите всю ту работу, которую компания Blizzard, команда Blizzard сделала за этот год. Ну вот прям вот все вам покажет.
I am personally so proud of what we are building, and I hope you love it too. Thank you for joining us.
Спасибо, что мы присоединились, мы вас любим, бла-бла-бла. Главное, несите к нам деньги.
So, are you ready to start the countdown?
Даже все ждут только.
Let's do it.
Сейчас посмотрим, что они покажут. О, аниме долбоёб, привет. Давно не виделись. Посмотрим. Если они не дадут, просто я говорю, если они не дадут действительно что-то крутое, связанное с Warcraft'ом, и они не дадут Diablo 4, то это будет провал.
the divine wisdom guides me.
Quiet.
Though my path is wrought of darkness.
Shut up. They have our scent. Run!
Видимо, Диабло. Единственное, что я не понимаю, я потом прокомментирую после ролика.
Just keep running.
Are you out of your mind? He's not going to make it.
He has to.
Blessed Akarat, thy eternal light protects me. Thy divine wisdom guides.
Look at me! All the gold we want is right there.
No, I just came here for knowledge.
They're coming!
I know.
Get over here!
Now, breach the seal. Get us through that door.
Oh, Lord, help me. By three they come. By three thy way opens. Blood show. This doesn't make any sense. Blood is the key. Blood is the key!
What?
I need two of you!
No! Go! I'll hold them! Go!
So, it says the blood of the willing goes...
You gotta be kidding me! Ah! It worked!
We have to help him!
He's dead already.
Охренительные друзья. Просто самые лучшие сопартийцы. О.
It's a shame he didn't make it. Oh well, cheer up. Gold splits better 3 ways instead of 4.
Must be hidden here somewhere.
Read this.
By three they come, by three thy way opens, by the blood of them willing.
Ну, аниме там так и было сказано. Типа,
Hail.
Поделим на троих вместо четырех.
The creator. Oh, hail the daughter of... Oh no.
What about the coin? What's it say?
This is forbidden. This is a summoning. I cannot speak.
Don't lie to me! We came here for treasure. What is this place?
I don't know. Maybe it's a temple. Or a tomb, or...
Упс. -1.
Blessed Akarat, thy eternal light protects me. The divine wisdom guides me. Though my path is wrought of darkness.
Это, я вам скажу, точно не 6+.
The eternal light protects me. The divine wisdom guides me.
Open your eyes.
Eternal light protects me. Eternal light protects me. Eternal light protects me. Eternal light protects me. Eternal light.
There is no light here. You came to the darkness for knowledge.
Yes.
And all the knowledge you seek is here. Surrender. Speak the words. Call her home.
By 3, they come. By 3, thy way opens. By the blood of the willing, we call thee home. Hail, daughter of hatred. Creator of sanctuary.
Да, это будет она, как и обещалось. И создательница, собственно, вот всей мира смертных Диабло. Лилит была как раз дочерью Нефалемов, которые в третьей части были.
Blessed Mother, save us.
Ну что я могу сказать, если Diablo 4 будет такая же мрачная и кровавая, то она зайдет. Очень зайдет. Плюс, вот сейчас прям +1 в копилочку Близов.
Please welcome Game Director of Diablo, Luis Barriga.
Дело даже... Я, кстати, прежде чем не началось, единственное, что странное мне показалось, потому что обычно все церемонии открытия начинаются с
Good morning, BlizzCon!
Скажем, общего ролика, такого мышапа, нарезки из различных игр, но в этом
It is so very good to be here.
Чтобы
I want to thank all of you for coming, and a big thank you to Blizzard Cinematics for starting things off the right way this weekend.
Но это на самом деле, это было великолепно.
I know you all want to hear about the game, so let's get to it. Diablo 4 is Darkness, World, and Legacy. Let's start with Darkness. Diablo 4 is dark. You just saw the cinematics, so you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Просто был слив,
Whether it's the art,
был небольшой
the
слив,
story,
где было сказано,
or the
что
horror elements that
Diablo
we've
4
embraced,
будет,
the first thing you will notice about Diablo 4
не будет
is
вот
that
этих
we are going back
свистоплясок, которые
to
были
the
в Diablo 3.
franchise's darker roots.
Если, повторю, если они сохранят атмосферу, которая была в ролике, это будет просто...
It'll mean blood and gore. It'll mean occult symbols and rituals. More importantly, it will mean victories are neither clean nor guaranteed. We hope you're as excited about that as we are.
Then we have World, also super important for Diablo 4, because we've only seen glimpses into Sanctuary in previous Diablo games. But those glimpses have enthralled us and captured our imagination. With Diablo 4, we want to put the world of Sanctuary front and center. We want every character, every monster, every faction to have a sense of place. Drowned undead that emerge from the coastlines. Brutal goatmen that come from the hills above us. And as we go deeper and deeper into the depths below, a truly dark,
В общем, он в целом рассказывает о том, какие у них планы на игру. И мне, в принципе, очень нравится, что они ушли не в игромех, а именно вот эту описательную штуку.
It is there that you will find enemy camps and friendly towns alike. It is also where you'll find players to interact with, whether it's to trade with them, group with them, or should you choose to do so, murder each other in PvP zones.
Если я верно понимаю, Diablo 4 будет что-то вроде открытого мира даже.
Finally, Legacy. Whether it's the sense of dread from Diablo 1 or the classic class lineup and loot chase that we still are inspired by from Diablo 2. Or the best-in-class visceral and fluid combat from Diablo 3 that we still enjoy. We are approaching this series with complete reverence, and we hope that it shows. If you are new to the series, we want you to feel like we did when we first played Diablo. If you're a longtime fan, we think this is the game you've been waiting for. Isometric action RPG, developed for PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One.
Мне кажется, Лилит будут больше Лилит теперь будут поклоняться, чем Сильване.
We want to offer you a first glance at Diablo 4, along with our first three classes: the Barbarian,
будут варвары, ну
the
варвар,
Sorceress,
чародейка и друид, пожалуйста.
and the Druid.
Возвращаются друиды.
On behalf of everyone on the Diablo 4 team, it is our absolute pleasure now to share with you the world premiere of the Diablo 4 gameplay trailer.
Классические ДНДшные, они намного круче. Я не знаю насчет право-лево, потому что когда мы проверяли, все было нормально. Вот я, к сожалению, не знаю. Виктор,
The dream continues to haunt me, old friend. It always starts with a journey to a distant land. There I find a city in flames. Streets choked with corpses. Unthinkable destruction. I witness senseless slaughter. Brother against brother. Pure hatred. And then executions. Agony. Suffering surrounded me until my turn comes. They burn my eyes. Break my bones. I awaken in terror. There's no one left to stand against them.
Единственное, я вот сейчас смотрю, ребят, я честно смотрю, у меня четкое ощущение, что частично я вижу графические наработки Diablo Immortal. Вот, может, я ошибаюсь, но у меня огромное ощущение, что я вижу графические наработки, которые в прошлом году показывали для Diablo Immortal. А у тебя как слышно? Может, это микрофон? К сожалению, мы не знаем, с чем связаны разноушки, потому что это у всех по-разному. Нет, но они молодцы на самом деле, что все-таки решили Diablo 4. Это то, что на самом деле вот сейчас вишенкой на торте просто великолепная вишенка на торте, если дополнительно сейчас к Diablo 4 они еще вишенкой представят ремастер второго Diablo.
They tell of the future. Hell is coming, brother. Hell is coming.
All right. How'd you guys like that first look?
Да боже, мне кажется, все просто...
We have a super exciting next couple days ahead of us. We have panels where we're going to go deeper into the features, the systems, the world, the art of Diablo 4, starting with an unveil panel right after opening ceremony on this stage. But that's not all.
Говорю справа. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The team's been working super hard on the game, and therefore we've been able to bring a little bit of that, a little taste for that. That's right. We have a very early look, a demo playable on the floor today, right now.
Без рекламы. Морсик.
We hope you have as much fun playing it as we did making it. And once again, on behalf of the game team, thank you all, and see you in hell.
Боже мой, они мало хотя бы...
Please welcome Game Director of World of Warcraft, Ian Hazakostas.
О, Hazakostas пошел. Сейчас будет Warcraft.
Horde! Where are you? Alliance! Let me hear you!
Расширенный состав аудио.
Protoss! Terran! Zerg!
Нет, про StarCraft
Heroes of the Storm!
Или кто? А, типа он все.
Legends of the Tavern!
В микшере, говорят, еще посмотреть.
Heroes of Overwatch!
Окей. Там еще какие-то вандорожки.
And soon,
Окей.
ready to battle
Хорошо,
the minions of
напишешь.
hell in Diablo 4, the brave souls of Sanctuary!
Я хочу такую курточку с Diablo 4.
It feels really great to be able to say the words Diablo 4 out loud.
Да ладно,
We
вы
use
нас
code
слышите?
names when we're working
Вы
on the
точно?
game,
Вот,
and we
вот.
train ourselves
Виктор, ты
not to
починил.
reference the real name.
Объясняю,
And so, when we're
объясняю,
able to
пока
kind of
там
come out
неинтересное
and finally
бла-бла-бла.
say Diablo
Объясняю,
4
у нас микрофон
feels a bit
моно,
wicked.
но в настройках было стерео,
Diablo
поэтому он
4.
такой типа пытался, что мне делать?
We've actually had Diablo 4 in development for
Да,
some
Виктор,
time.
молодец.
You know, when we come before you, we want to ensure that when we
Спасибо
reveal
нашей
Diablo to
семейной
you,
технической
that we can give you a good look
поддержке.
at the dark vision of Sanctuary, along with a playable experience here at BlizzCon.
Ой, да у них же,
You know,
по-моему,
I've
уже
personally spent
второй
a lot of time of playing Diablo over the years,
второй BlizzCon
and
точно,
a lot
причем
of love
они в этом году
gone into
еще
this
на
game,
неделю
and I
прайда
really hope
прям
everyone-
пропихивали
Let's
этот
talk about
значочек.
What else is here for us at BlizzCon, our Baker's Dozen BlizzCon, lucky number 13. We see BlizzCon as the place where the Blizzard community can have a home away from home.
Что,
It's
анонс
our
Диабло
home, too,
это
because many of us have grown up playing
у нас
Blizzard
4 из
games.
4.
We forged lifelong
Единственное, что
friendship,
меня смущает, они,
We've made
насколько я
memories.
помню, обещали,
and we've also had a lot of fun
прям
over the last
обещали
28 years.
русскую эту.
This year, for the very first time, we've set up something to honor that legacy and celebrate the
Мне обещали
beginning of
русскую
what's
эту,
made
но
Blizzard
что-то
great.
русскую озвучку я не
Celebrate
наблюдаю.
the games and the
И
communities
слава
that
богу,
we
как
have.
говорится.
We're excited to debut the Blizzard Arcade in Hall E. The Blizzard Arcade has an old school arcade vibe. Gather there with friends, play some games, and experience some of the earliest things that Blizzard has ever made. For the very first time at BlizzCon, we have Rock and Roll Racing, Blackthorn,
Так напиши им об этом.
and The Lost Vikings.
Виктор, напиши им. Короче, это
Never experienced these
Blizzard
games before,
Arcade, это
Or
то,
if you
что у них
have,
там
and you want
на
to relive the
самом,
magic, then the arcade
на
is a
самом
great place
коне.
to hang out.
То есть там старые игры, они представляют прям вот, что можно было прикоснуться к прошлому. Видимо, тема ванилы у них прям вот настолько тема ванилы зашла, что они прям... Глядишь, они заново перепродадут нам потерянных викингов, Diablo 1, просто так.
If you're a StarCraft fan, we have two exciting things for you in the arcade. For several years, we've been working with Google and the DeepMind Artificial Intelligence Project. The DeepMind group has taught agents how to play the game as part of their AI research. And I'm excited to say that for the very first time, players are going to be able to pit themselves against DeepMind AI agents right here on the show floor.
Короче...
We have a master level agents, we have a diamond level agent, and just a quick note that if you try this,
короче, на Коне они сделали возможность поиграть против искусственного интеллекта DeepMind. От компании
For
DeepMind.
StarCraft 2 fans, we've also been really hard at work on bringing an iconic villain
А может что-то новое, или вот Diablo 4 все.
That the leader of the Sons of Korhal and the ruler of the Terran Dominion, Arturus Mengsk, is coming to the game later this month as the next co-op commander.
Новый командир Mengsk.
Mengsk is unlike any commander that you've ever played, and at BlizzCon, he's loaded up and ready for you in the arcade. Let's talk heroes
Если Вовка будет
of the
последний,
storm.
это печально, конечно.
For Heroes fans, the team has brought Deathwing the Destroyer into the Nexus.
Вы лучше скажите, будете ли вы снова
Deathwing is
делать
actually the
чемпионаты
most
по
requested hero of all time, and we're excited for you to have an opportunity to play. Deathwing actually has two forms with two different sets of abilities, bringing the iconic World Breaker fantasy to life.
Интересно, мне подарят Deathwing за
Deathwing
то,
is
что
playable
я
here for the
с
very
виртуальным
first time
билетом
in the
или
Blizzard
нет?
Arcade. In addition, everyone with a BlizzCon or virtual ticket will automatically receive Deathwing when he enters the Nexus.
У кого есть виртуальный билет, у меня есть виртуальный билет. У кого есть Deathwing, у меня есть Deathwing.
One more thing to talk about with Heroes, and it's that in celebration of BlizzCon, all Heroes are free from now until November 10th. So if you've ever wanted to jump in and play, now's a great time.
И все герои бесплатно
We have one
до
other
10
thing
ноября,
in
если я
one of a
верно
real-time
понял.
strategy game in the Blizzard Arcade for you. It is called Warcraft 3 Reforged.
Я не знаю, может быть, и сидел Синдур, потому что,
We recently started the beta,
объясняю,
and
у
we're ready
Blizzard
to
в этом плане
expand
настолько
the
все
pool of
плохо, что они
testers.
уже приглашают
Everyone
всех, кого
here,
только можно.
everyone watching with a virtual ticket, you'll all have beta access to Warcraft 3 Reforged starting Tuesday. And we'll announce the release date for Warcraft 3 Reforged soon. This month is an important one in Warcraft history
Мы выпустим Warcraft Reforged
because we are
soon.
celebrating both the 25-year anniversary of
Конечно же, у вас
Warcraft
там до конца
and the
года.
15-year anniversary of World of Warcraft.
По-моему, 2500 это за там предзаказ со
We
всякими
kicked off that
штучками.
celebration 2 months ago with the launch of WoW Classic. And we've been excited to welcome back millions of players to Azeroth. It's been a really amazing
Мы запустили
experience
классики,
to
миллионы вернулись.
see the beginning of the game all over again. You know, many of you
Вернулись,
have heard
посмотрели и
cursing
ушли
your limited
обратно.
bag space. Many of you are experiencing Baron's chat, maybe for the first time. And some of you have even gone back to feed your hunter pets. It's part of that anniversary celebration. And in remembrance that for some of you, your favorite flavor is vanilla, we have vanilla ice cream for sale in the WoW concessions area. You think that you want this, and I think maybe that you do.
У меня взгляд настолько уже, что я прям вычленяю в толпе феминисток,
It's also a
активисток.
celebration of the players who play them. And here you can see some of the most skilled pro players compete in our games.
Я не
I want to
хочу
thank
про
everyone out there
игроков, я
for
хочу
giving
про
your energy and your
Warcraft.
support to your favorite teams and favorite players. About a month ago, we held the grand finals
У меня
for
просто, знаете, вот
the
сейчас
Overwatch
ощущение,
League in Philadelphia.
мы показали вам Диабло, а теперь
Congratulations to
вода,
the San Francisco
вода,
Shock
вода, вода.
and 2019 MVP Sinatra. Next season, the league is moving to a home and away format. And that means there's competition taking place in 20 cities all around the world. And this is the very first time that something like this has been done in esports. And so it is a great time to be a fan of the Overwatch League, and it's a great time to love Overwatch. At BlizzCon this weekend, the best of the best are going to battle it out in the Overwatch World Cup, featuring more than 30
Да
country-based teams from
никому
all
не
around the world.
интересен ваш кап.
We'll also be
Господи,
celebrating
ребята,
champions
пожалуйста.
and crowning champions for StarCraft II World Championship Series, the Hearthstone
Виктор, ты
Grandmasters,
такой не один.
the WoW Arena World Championships, the WoW Mythic Dungeon International Tournaments.
Просто я
BlizzCon
сравните
has been
выкрики,
home to some great
посвященные
moments in
Diablo
esports
4, и вот
history,
то, что
and
сейчас.
we're excited to watch the action unfold over the next 2 days. This weekend isn't just about celebrating our pro players, it's also celebrating with you, the Blizzard community. One of the highlights of the show is our community night contests, and for me, that's actually my personal favorite of the show. I am pleased to announce that Darren DePaul, voice of Reinhardt, among other famous Blizzard characters, has returned to host.
Будет голос Рейнгарда в этом году.
This is one of
на
the places
сцене.
where you really see the vibrant and creative gaming community that is Blizzard and is BlizzCon come to life. And we're really excited about the talent that everyone demonstrates. All right. In closing, I just want to say there's a lot of people out there that are Blizzard employees. And
Прошло
they're in the crowd.
полчаса
And the reason that
трансляции,
all of us are here
полчаса,
is you. We're here to celebrate
простите
this
меня,
moment with you. You know, we
открытой
really look
церемонии нам
forward to this
показали
weekend.
только
This is a
Diablo
highlight
4.
for us all year to come together and to celebrate all the passion of Blizzard games. And so, all of you watching, we are grateful. Thank you for being here with us.
Да, да, пожалуйста.
Be
Мы
good
с
to one
вами
another.
только уже показывайте.
Welcome home.
Please welcome Game Director of World of Warcraft, Ian Hazakostas.
Здравствуй, Иэн. Сколько воды там нальешь сегодня? Да, Виктор, сейчас идет церемония открытия общая, потом уже будут, так скажем, на других сценах сегодня будут чисто турниры, а там через час, по-моему, будет следующая часть еще одна. Сегодня короткая, до 12 только.
I think 15 years ago on this day, I think I was wandering around looking for stores that were still taking pre-orders of World of Warcraft so that I could jump in there on day one right with everyone else. And just over 11 years ago, I had the privilege of joining the development team to start to try to give back to this game and to this community that have given me so much. And here, in this 15th anniversary year, it's been a great year for World of Warcraft. Just taking a look back, we kicked things off with the Battle of Dazar'alor, an Alliance and Horde going head-to-head in a raid zone for the very first time. Moved beneath the waves with our Rise of Ashara update. Along the way, we've seen the Kultiran join the Alliance, and the Zandalari Trolls bolster the ranks of the Horde. And of course, we have Mechanomes and Volterra waiting in the wings to join them in our upcoming Visions of N'Zoth update. And of course, just over 2 months ago, we launched this little game called World of Warcraft Classic.
Wow, classic.
And as Jay said, it's been incredible watching millions return to Azeroth as it stood before the Cataclysm. Whether you are returning home to an old friend after a long time away, or experiencing it for the very first time. It's been an incredible journey, and here, on the 15th year of World of Warcraft, this community stands as strong as it ever has.
Годовщине комьюнити Warcraft стало таким сильным.
Speaking of Classic, I'm excited to announce that we have our next update to Classic just around the corner. In about a week and a half, the week of November 12th, we'll be enabling the world bosses, Azuragos, and Kazakh, but most importantly, the PvP honor system.
Наконец-то, спустя сколько?
So if you still have any quests to finish up in Hillsbrad, I would recommend you get those done between now and then. Just a hunch. A couple of weeks ago, we released Dire Maul, and we have Dire Maul playable here on the show floor today. So grab some friends and check it out, or make some new ones.
Я думаю, что он все-таки обкурился.
Speaking of the strength of the WoW community, I think one of the greatest sources of pride on our end as the development team is being able to work with the community and harness the power of this incredible community in support of several charitable causes.
Главное не ляпать ничего дурацкого.
I'm happy to announce that we're working with not one, but two different charities that both work on behalf of children around the world. The first is the Make-A-Wish Foundation, an incredible group that tries to grant wishes to critically ill kids. And honestly, we've had the pleasure of working closely with them over the years.
Мы пришли на церемонию открытия послушать про благотворительность от Warcraft.
We worked with just a couple months ago. The second organization is we.org, which works to provide food, water, shelter, educational opportunities, and more to children in need
Сейчас мы вам представим нового питомца в магазине, деньги от которого пойдут на...
and introduce a pet that's going on sale, the adorable Dottie, the baby alpaca.
Кто предугадал? Baby альпака. Папа, ты купишь мне baby альпаку?
If you thought the Dolly and Dot were your best friends, wait till you meet Dottie. Be worming your way into hearts everywhere in early December, and all proceeds from sales of Dottie from then through the end of the year go to benefit the Make-A-Wish Foundation and we.org.
Я говорю, шла 38-я. Шла 38-я минута церемонии открытия.
We have this 15th anniversary celebration that's just around the corner, and I mean just around the corner. This coming Tuesday, November 5th, we will be enabling all of the 15th anniversary events in-game. First off, that is a throwback battleground, Korak's Revenge, inspired by the original Alterac Valley. So dig in, get ready to storm that bridge as you push your way into Stormpike. And next, we have a set of throwback raid experiences, inspired by some of the greatest raid encounters of the early days of WoW, from Kael Thas through the Lich King. Players who complete all three of those experiences will be able to earn their very own Obsidian Worldbreaker mount, inspired by Deathwing. And everyone who logs in during the 2-month celebration will get their own little Lothlorien pet.
Эта информация была известна уже давно.
Now, for those of you here in attendance at BlizzCon in person, we have a second 15th anniversary celebration in store for you. Please join us tonight at 8:30 outside the Arena Plaza for a toast and a celebration with the World of Warcraft team. A toast to 15 years of Warcraft, of World of Warcraft, 25 years of Warcraft, and to the best that is yet to come.
Поднять тост и там пожелать выпить. Видишь, все таки а что нового дополнения не будет? А где же возвращение короля Лича?
The most exciting part of BlizzCon every year is getting to hear and to talk about what's coming
next.
And so that raises the question, really, where would we go from here? What is next in store for Azeroth? I mean, it's, you know, as we stand right now, the Horde and the Alliance are perched on the edge of a tenuous armistice, finally putting an end to the battle for Azeroth that has ravaged their world. And yes, the forces of N'Zoth and his old god minions are looming, but I've seen some pretty reliable data mine spoilers that suggest that we're going to come out on top in this one. Don't tell anyone. And so after, really what's been a rough few years for Azeroth, between the assault of the Iron Horde and the Burning Legion and everything that's gone on since, I think things might finally be looking up for Azeroth. It's, all these threats have been taken care of, just sunny days and clear skies ahead. Personally, I can't think of any unaccounted for loose ends or anyone who might be lurking in the shadows, thirsting for revenge. Can you?
Аллилуйя, все, тишина, тишина, тишина в зале. Да ладно, ЦЛК будет все-таки. 4-й спектр рыцарей смерти.
Ice Crown. A monument to our suffering. The veil between life and death. Where a usurper sits on a frozen throne. But no king rules forever.
Наконец-то подправили глазки. Или нет? Непонятно немножко. Болвар то красный, то синий. Вот это клево.
You are unfit to wear this crown. To wield so much power.
That power will be your prison.
This world is a prison.
Серьезно. Сломай. Да, боже мой. Хотя бы они не сделали из нее нового короля Лича. Вот это клево.
And I will set us all free.
Фух. Я уж когда она схватила шлем, я уже был испугался, что будет все банально.
So now do the blue eyes make sense? So yeah, that just happened. We were once told by King Tyrannus that there must always be a Lich King. And now, for the first time, there is none. Sylvanas herself warned us that in the end, death claims us all. Well, death is coming for us. And if we want to stand a chance, we are going to have to go where no living soul ever has. We are going to the Shadowlands, the world that is the afterlife for the entire Warcraft universe. Now, along the way, we will get a chance to meet some of the fallen and learn their fates. But this is not a familiar world full of orcs and trolls and dwarves. This is an ancient and mysterious realm that predates the Titans themselves. It is the source of the power of the Scourge that we have seen, true, and it's the power upon which Death Knights draw. But it's also the origin of the noble Valkyr and the spirit healers that guide us back to the land of the living when we pull a couple mobs too many. Not that anyone's ever done that. It's where spirits of nature go to begin a cycle of rest and rebirth, and so much more. Let's take a look at this wondrous world that we are set to explore.
The jailer of the damned. A grim task, which I have failed. Now the eternal veil screams, torn asunder by her. Within the realm of shadow lies the darkest of terrors, which should never be set free. The Shadowlands are infinite. Their terrors and beauty were never meant for mortal eyes. I wonder if they can
заметили значочек Netflix
all that awaits them.
Вампиры, серьезно.
Are the key to restoring the balance between life and death, if their trust can be earned. Death comes, and the end of everything.
Ну, это явно мой зала, которого все пытались показать. Который лова смерти и все такое. Я не знаю, как вы, если честно.
So World of Warcraft Shadowlands is coming next year, and it will be available for pre-purchase today. That is just a little
Он будет
glimpse
в
of
следующем
this
году, но
incredible world
предзаказать вы можете
that
уже
awaits us.
сегодня.
Ahead of us
Предзакажите.
lie many fateful decisions. Because at its core, Shadowlands is an expansion that is built around the idea of choice. Agency and self-expression in the rewards you pursue and in the allies with whom you cast your lot. I know you have a ton of questions, like what the heck is a covenant? What is that tower that's sticking out of the sky above Icecrown? What other changes are coming to World of Warcraft? And so much more. So we have our first panel for you at 2:30 on the Mythic stage, the World of Warcraft What's Next panel, where we'll dig into that and much, much more. Also, playable here on the show floor, we invite you to journey into the zone of Bastion and to begin to explore the Shadowlands.
Анвар, нет, понимаешь? Вступительный ролик офигительный.
Thank you all so much.
Но когда ты
And it's
смотришь,
going to be an
что в
incredible
плане
weekend ahead.
геймплея
I
тебе
can't wait to share it with all of you.
продать, ты
And now,
думаешь,
it's my pleasure to
это
turn things
должно
over
быть в
to Ben
Warcraft'е?
Thompson on the Hearthstone team.
Hearthstone сейчас будет.
What's up, BlizzCon? So thrilling to be here with you today. Holy cow level, that Diablo announcement. And World of Warcraft Shadowlands, you gotta be kidding me. I am so excited for what we are showing you here today. I don't know about you, but I cannot wait to play some games. Can you? Look, whether it's demons crawling out of the very bowels of hell, or the skies above us shattering to pieces, it is clear that Blizzard loves telling you a good story.
Ну, для меня это вот у нас закончили идеи, давайте намутим еще кучу всего, вампиров, ангелов, демонов, каких-то там сова-людей, еще какую-то фигню, но это в параллельном Shadowlands.
For the very first time, we've introduced you to a story that is taking all three sets to tell. It is so big and so awesome. We have been having a lot of fun putting it together. We cannot wait to show you how it all comes to an end. But let's talk a little bit about how it all began. The Rise of Shadows, you were introduced to the formation of a League of Evil. Their plot to steal Dalaran and just how you helped them do it. This was followed by the Saviors of Uldum, as you and the League of Explorers answered the call to adventure.
Просто вот темные земли, ребята, земли теней, это противоположность, должна быть противоположность этим изумрудному сну.
The curtain rises on a shimmering twilight sky across a blanket of snow.
Ханабера, там, понимаешь, просто совы-медведи были совухи, но они дикие звери. То есть это звери. А там мы, то, что мы видели, это существа, которые делают стук-стук молоточком, чтобы сделать красивые блестящие доспехи.
Shooting stars, will anyone survive?
О, боже мой.
Dragons take flight above the ice and snow, high in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings beat down as the feedback falls, blazing hot fire of a frozen bones. Unites against
Анвар, подожди, сейчас еще может это... Анвар, подожди, скоро же будет этот... Там чуть попозже будет по Варкрафту отдельно по Варкрафту части.
That's right. The Year of the Dragon is going to finally earn its name with more dragons in a single Hearthstone expansion than ever before. Now, you're going to recognize quite a number of these from Azeroth's storied history, but we've stuck a couple in there of our own devising as well for you to enjoy. Descent of Dragons also introduces a handful of new mechanics and one all-powerful new keyword as well. You want to dive in and take a look? Let's do it. Now, it wouldn't be right to make a set based around dragons without at least acknowledging the most terrible, the most feared and fearsome dragon ever to walk the world of Azeroth. No, not Deathwing. It's the progenitor of all dragonkind, the fearsome Galakrond. Galakrond is Hearthstone's newest hero card. That is to say, he takes the place of your own hero when you put him into play. He also brings with him a powerful new battle cry and his own unique hero power. But here's the key. He becomes stronger, more powerful, when you make use of our newest keyword, Invoke. It's important to note here that Invoke has its effects on Galakrond, whether he be in your hand or in your deck. And by doing so, you will allow him to achieve his second form. Gets a bit stronger. Now, believe it or not, there are actually those who eagerly await Galakrond's return, those who praise his name across Azeroth. And as a result, the Invoke keyword will occasionally show up on some neutral cards as well. Doing so will allow you to achieve the most feared and third final form of Galakrond.
Я не знаю, как вам, но для меня это копия Ктуна и все, что с ним было связано.
Galakrond, Azeroth's End. Now, I don't know if this actually signals the end of all of Azeroth. Frankly, from what we've just seen, I'm pretty sure that's Sylvanas' job now. But it sure as heck signals the end of any game of Hearthstone he's in if you can appropriately pull off the Invoke mechanic. All 5 classes aligned with the League of Evil will have access to the terrible power of Galakrond and be able to harness it for themselves in the form of a unique hero, bringing a unique battle cry, and a one-of-a-kind hero power as well. Now, Rafam, he takes care of his friends. He is assured that everyone will receive a copy of all 5 Galakrond legendary hero cards for free just for logging in when the set launches. But you may ask, what of the just and noble? What of those pure of heart, or more on the side of good? Where are my League of Explorers in this? Well, there are plenty of our winged friends eager to join the fight for good as well. You all know Ysera. Let's say hello to the Druid legendary dragon, Ysera Unleashed. She's my favorite too. And finally, what would a dragon be without their fearsome breath weapon? If you're a shaman, you're going to have access to lightning breath here. Yeah, we see all our dragon priest friends out there. You look like you're having a good time. We just think it's time to open up the party a little bit. You see, with every class in Hearthstone will receive a legendary dragon, each and their own. We're sure to see their presence being made known in the meta as soon as we release this newest and final chapter to the trilogy on December 10th. But for those of you looking to dive into the action a little sooner, pre-purchase begins today.
На самом деле, из интересного был только Diablo 4.
Now, normally that'd be it for Hearthstone. We've given you an amazing new set, an awesome new cinematic, and a song that I know I'm going to be humming for the rest of the weekend. But we're not done. We want to leave you with something a little special before we go. As Hearthstone players ourselves, we all continue to enjoy a variety of ways to play this game we know and love. Whether it be in the arena mode or tavern brawl mode, we enjoy thinking of the cards we build and craft and play, and the decks that we put them in different ways. That's why the Hearthstone team is excited to announce today an entirely new way to play this game. And it's a new mode that we like to call Hearthstone Battlegrounds.
Они могли бы хотя бы какие-нибудь новые таланты, простите меня,
Hearthstone Battlegrounds is an 8-player mode that is inspired, all 8. 8-player mode that is inspired by the popular auto battler genre with a few Hearthstone twists. In this mode, you and 7 other players are challenged to recruit minions and send them into battle against your opponents until only one victor remains. This is the first new mode to come to the game in some time. We have had so much fun making this, and we've had even more fun playing it. So much so, in fact, that we're excited to dedicate the entirety of the Hearthstone demo area here at BlizzCon to Battlegrounds over the next 2 days. The open beta for this new mode is going to start on November 12th. But for those of you here today, watching at home with the virtual ticket, or pre-purchasing Descent of Dragons, well, you're going to get to enjoy this all starting on Tuesday. We couldn't be more excited to announce even more and talk about more cards and things related to Descent of Dragons and Hearthstone Battlegrounds on the Mythic stage at 3:30. We look forward to seeing you all there.
Правов все печально, если не считать, конечно, красивого ролика, но в плане геймплея WoW это все...
From the very beginning, Hearthstone was always intended to be a warm and welcoming place. It's a place and a home far away from a confusing and often frustrating world outside the tavern. It's a place to set down our swords, join our friends, and gather around the fire. With the return of the Hearthstone Tavern here at BlizzCon, we hope you do just this. We absolutely invite you to come by and tell us what you think of the new mode. And we love answering questions about the newest set. But mostly, we hope you just drop by, if only to take part in the warmth and the friendship that the tavern has to offer. I know I'll be there, and I look forward to seeing each and every one of you. I don't know about you guys, but I really need to see what Overwatch has to offer, don't you? Let's go take a look, shall we?
Я что-то прям... Вот, честно, я...
30 years ago, the Omnics declared war.
Я что-то совсем расстроен.
Overwatch was created to rescue humanity from the Omnic crisis. We became the greatest champions of peace and progress mankind has ever seen.
Everybody knows Overwatch got shut down. Half of them are just mercenaries now.
The people decided they were better off without us. They even called us criminals. They tore our family apart.
Papa told me, after so many years of service, you gave Overwatch everything, and then they pushed you out.
Real life is not like the stories our father told us. You were a fool for believing it so.
Perhaps I am a fool to think there is still hope for you, brother.
Human, machine. Before me, I see the future.
Шахматы ХС, пожалуй, нет для меня. Это, видимо, они пытаются делать типа ХС, как эти доты, которые...
But look around. Someone has to do something. We have to do something.
Always remember, never accept the world as it appears to be. Dare to see it
for what it could be.
Winston? It's been too long!
What is this? This is broadcasting on the Overwatch emergency frequency.
I got a call. They're getting the band back together. They want me, but really, they need you.
I have been cold. I must answer. Always.
The enemy is out there and getting stronger.
Оформите предзаказ Shadowlands.
The world is changing once again, and it's time to pick a side.
И в этом, ребят, в этом году предзаказ на World of Warcraft не просто... Вот обычно же у них как это, у них идет расширенное издание, обычные. В этом году они решили сделать 3 версии издания. Базовая, героическая и эпичная.
Please welcome Game Director of Overwatch, Jeff Kaplan.
What you all doing? You having fun? BlizzCon is so edgy this year. I wore black. It's kind of like dad edgy because it's got a giant pink bunny on it, so I didn't quite get there. So I feel like you and I, and you know who I'm talking to, I feel like you and I have been together for a very long time. Like, we remember when WoW Classic used to be called WoW. We've been around together. I have something, don't ever say that. I have something that I'm very embarrassed to tell you now, and I'm only telling you because we have this close relationship. I totally forget what I'm supposed to say right now. Like, I don't have a clue. Just drew a blank. Anybody who knows me knows I can just ramble forever about anything. But luckily, I can, from the internet, I can read everything I'm supposed to say from the last week. Thank you so much for helping me with that. Oh my gosh. That was so sweet. The team really appreciate it. Actually, if you want to know how game developers feel about leaks, the WoW team made a cinematic called Shadowlands. And picture my face where Sylvanas' was. And then instead of that helmet, it was my cell phone. And that, yeah. I should probably talk about Overwatch now. I'm just digging a hole, you know? So a very dear friend of mine, 5 years ago, on this stage, almost to this very day, a gentleman by the name of Chris Metzen. And let him hear it. He's watching with us right now. Chris came out 5 years ago on this stage, and he said it's time for a new adventure, and he wanted to take us all with him. And he came out and he announced Overwatch, and it was one of the most special moments of my life. And the women and men who work on Overwatch have been working so hard to make something very special. And today they'd like to dedicate that to you. So please enjoy.
Winston?
What's on your mind, May?
Do we have enough people for this mission?
As long as we stick together, we'll be fine. show. Now would be a good time.
Attention! This is your captain speaking. We are on final approach to Paris.
That's our cue.
You may now power on your electronic devices. Weather is mostly cloudy, with a 100% chance of null sector invasion. Winston, clear as a spot to land. We'll be right behind you.
You better be.
Why is null sector attacking now?
I don't know, May. But the people down there need help. And right now, we are all they've got. Bonjour, officer. We're here to help.
C'était un singe?
Good work, May.
Thanks! Watch your back!
Get the civilians to the ship.
You got it! What was that?
Take cover!
Российского корабля.
Meg, stay with me! Winston! She needs help. We can't stay here.
Tracer, get everyone out of here. I'll hold the line.
But you said to stick together.
Don't worry. I'll be right behind you.
You'd better be.
Кенджи! Сейчас стальные тут приедут.
The cavalry's here! Hello, Winston!
Echo!
Let's get you back in the fight. Interlock shields! How are we going to stop this thing?
May, your backpack!
Huh? That could work! Trissa, pulse bomb! Here you go!
It is getting hot!
Ready!
Come on!
походу это будет второй. Героя, типа фары.
Victory is ours, my friends!
Hi, Lena. Brigitte? Oh my gosh, you've grown! Oh, everyone, this is May. Hi, everyone.
Nice to meet you.
Reinhardt.
Good to have you on board.
Thank you.
Monsieur, does this mean Overwatch is back?
Yes. Yes, we are.
Did you like it? Did you enjoy?
Да, теперь объясните, почему Overwatch 2 только.
On behalf of the Overwatch team, I am extremely proud and excited to finally and officially announce Overwatch 2. Now, I know you have a lot of questions, but we always feel like our games speak for themselves, so let's take a look at the gameplay and then we'll talk.
Я вот нет, на заднем фоне была Overwatch 2, вот, видимо, это.
What are you doing here?
It's happening again.
Paris was just the beginning. This is a global invasion.
So, how's Overwatch enjoying our city?
It's beautiful, except for all the killer robots.
Look up there! That's the command ship!
Then we know what we have to do.
Oh, yeah!
You're with me. We're getting aboard that ship.
I knew you would return one day. It has been too long, Master. I can't do this.
You've made your choice. Nobody will stop us. Trouble is cropping up all over the world. It's not just Null Sector.
A lot of lives are riding on what we do next.
We'll have to fight. One city at a time.
Let's get them, Brigitte.
I've got you, Papa.
Watching your back.
Now that's teamwork.
Time to learn some new tricks.
Overwatch 2 это будет двигаться, вы будете просто делать PvE и увеличить вы сможете делать из своих отделов немножко другие отделы. Например, мы выходим из клуба и все вокруг замораживается.
Do not worry, I will push it. Okay, other direction. I am good at pushing things.
Sojourn here.
И, видимо, они переделывают визуалку. И Если честно, мне новая визуалка не особо нравится. Честно, сейчас можете закидать меня тапками, но новая визуалка меня не впечатляет.
Oh, we are going to have so much fun. It is going to be so awesome. So, we have a lot to talk about, right? First and foremost, you have to remember that Overwatch is a team versus team 6v6 competitive experience. And there is no way we're losing that at all. In fact, that's a huge focus. So Overwatch 2 will have a brand new core competitive game mode called Push. Now, what I mean when I say core is that you will play this in quick play, it will be played in competitive, and it will also be played by the Overwatch League. So we're really excited to finally add a new core game mode. Now, we want everybody here today to have a chance to play it and tell us how awesome and balanced it is. So you can play on a brand new map which takes place in Toronto, our first Canadian map. It's over in Hall A, so we invite you to come play the demo. We think it'll be awesome. Now, when I talk to lots of you, there's a common request that you want out of Overwatch, and Overwatch 2 is going to deliver on this. And that's for more story and for PvE, for cooperative experiences. Overwatch 2 will feature a ton of PvE content. We will have a complete story experience featuring story missions, the first of which is called Rio de Janeiro, is also playable in Hall A for all of you today. Cannot wait to hear what you think about it. In addition, as you saw, we have something called hero missions, which hero missions are focused on highly replayable cooperative experience. The analogy we like to use on the team is similar to what adventure mode is to Diablo versus its campaign. That's what hero missions are intended to be. And they're powered by this really cool progression system where you can level up your heroes, get more powerful, customize your abilities, do different talents. It's going to be a ton of fun. Now, you might have also noticed the heroes all have a new look to them. Every one of the 31 heroes, plus more, are getting an upgraded look to them. And there's a really awesome panel that's going to happen tomorrow on Saturday in here that is going to go through all of the engine upgrades that are coming to Overwatch 2 and all of the new looks and explanation of the new art style that I'm really excited about. Now, Overwatch and Overwatch 2 at their core are all about heroes, and we know that we cannot make a brand new Overwatch game without having new heroes. So Overwatch 2, in addition to featuring Sojourn, who we are not talking about today, besides just confirming that she is here, Overwatch 2 will feature multiple new heroes that will come with the game, and we're very excited about that. Now, a lot of you have questions, like, why a sequel? Or what does that mean to me as a player of the original game? I put so much time into this game, I cared about it so much. Well, we thought about it, and for us as gamers, you know, sequels make us nervous more than anything else. So what we're hoping to do with Overwatch 2 is really redefine what a sequel means. And I think some explanation is in order right now. So for all original players of Overwatch, players of the current Overwatch game, you will get to play on all of the same maps as Overwatch 2 players, including all of the brand new maps that are coming to Overwatch 2. And you will get to play with all of the same heroes as Overwatch 2 players. It will be a shared multiplayer environment where no one gets left behind. The other thing that I think a lot of us are thinking about is all of those cool accomplishments and cosmetics that we've been unlocking over the years. You know, how hard did you work for your Witch Mercy skin, for example? We want to make sure that all Overwatch cosmetics come forward with you into Overwatch 2, so all of your progress matters, nothing's getting left behind. no one's getting left behind. We worked so hard to build this community of over 50 million players at this point. The last thing we would ever do is do anything to split what an amazing community you guys are and how much you mean to us. So Overwatch 2 is going to be amazing. We have a panel right here on this stage at 1:30 where we're going to go into a lot more detail. Now, it's time for BlizzCon. I'm staring, straight down the aisle at those beautiful machines with Diablo 4 loaded on them. We've got World of Warcraft Shadowlands. We've got Hearthstone Battlegrounds. We've got 2 different Overwatch 2 demos. I just want you all to remember how much we all mean to each other. Be good to each other, enjoy each other this weekend. Now let's go play some video games. Have fun, everybody.
Я не знаю.
This concludes our opening ceremonies. Mythic Stage's panel presentations resume shortly with Diablo 4 unveiled. Have a great BlizzCon.
Я реально, я очень прям разочарован. Честно, у меня огромное желание напиться. Просто набухаться с горя. Вроде как сейчас должно быть вскоре Диабло. Вскоре. Давайте перезагрузим, может окажется внезапно, что у нас тут это... Появится русский перевод. Здоровый он. Еще не началось.
Like, you know, what kind of a decision process was that for you as the president to say, like, let's make this an entirely separate game?
Yeah, you know, one of the things we've talked about for a long time, we've really heard from players over and over is, you know, what does it look like to have a more in-depth look at these characters, to hear more of a story, to have more of a campaign kind of a feel. You know, how is that going to come together?
Overwatch 2 тут раз бла-бла-бла. Ох. Серьезно. Сегодня будет только Diablo и Overwatch, ребятушки. Я Diablo еще, наверное, послушаю, а Overwatch я не буду. Неинтересно. Вообще неинтересно. Завтра, Анвар, завтра Warcraft будет. Я очень разочарован. Честно, хочется плакать. Серьезно. По факту это бесполезный пшик. Посмотрим, что завтра покажут по Варкрафту. Но для меня Варкрафт умер. Да, потому просто реально вот. Реально показали очень крутой ролик. Очень крутой ролик. Но когда тебе показывают геймплейные части с локациями, доброй ночи тебе, аниме. И ты видишь там вампиров, ты видишь там пернато-сово людей, которые милые, няшные, и стучат молоточками, и куют тебе доспехи, и ты такой думаешь, как бы, что за черт, откуда это в мире Варкрафта? Зачем вы тащите в Варкрафт то, чего там не должно быть? Зачем? Это уже какая-то просто, идейная импотенция, по-другому я не могу назвать. Не знаю. Пока что полный разочарование. Так я, наверное, на самом деле, ребятушки, откланяюсь, потому что, ну, честно, мне...
Welcome to Diablo 4 Unveiled.
Я оставлю Diablo.
Hello, BlizzCon.
Увидимся завтра.
My name is Luis Barriga, Game Director for Diablo 4.
Там начнется.
My name's Tiffany Watt, Senior Producer on Diablo 4.
Сейчас все услышите.
And my name is John Mueller, Art Director on Diablo 4. Wow. What's up? We're here.
We can finally say it.
I know, right?
We can
got the
finally
gear.
talk about Diablo 4.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Can we just take a minute to just recognize how stacked this BlizzCon is?
It's incredible.
Overwatch 2, Shadowlands, Battlegrounds, Diablo 4. I'm kind of jealous of you guys, for sure.
Yeah, it's, I mean, just amazing to be here with all of you to share this. I mean, I think, you know, for us on the dev team, we've been working on this for a while. And so to finally be able to be here with all of you is really super meaningful for us. All right, so, Luis, a lot of stuff has gone down since Diablo 3.
That's right.
And so before we get into it, we have a ton of stuff, but you're going to set the stage for us a little bit.
That's right. Let's set the stage a little bit. All right, Diablo 4 takes place decades after the events of Reaper of Souls. Though Malthael's plans were foiled, the Angel of Death exacted a terrible toll on humanity, and Sanctuary suffered great devastation. Entire populations decimated, cities ravaged. Heaven itself suffered great losses, causing them to shutter their gates. You can
close the gates. That's terrible.
And you can imagine what that does to people. Religious schisms, famine, war, basically humanity left to our own devices. And we know how well we do on our own.
Not so good.
All right, it is against this backdrop of despair that Lilith returns. And that's when those events in that cinematic you guys witnessed happen. This is important because in the mythos of Sanctuary, Lilith is the mother of humanity. Lilith represents that demonic half that we all have inside our hearts. In that mythos, she and the angel Inarius, along with other rebel angels and rebel demons, tired of this endless great conflict, created a world that would be free of conflict called Sanctuary. And along with that, they created the first mortals. That's a legend, that's what we've heard. The scary part about that is she knows our hearts. She knows what motivates us and can manipulate us. The other scary part of that, she's Mephisto's daughter. That's right. So she represents a link to an even greater threat, the greater evils. So even though she was summoned for reasons we were not ready to divulge quite yet, we know it can't be good. And with heaven having closed their gates, there's no one to answer our prayers. Even the Horadrim are but mad old men talking to themselves, talking to graves, clutching their bottles as hard as they once clutched their swords.
Yeah, we can kind of identify with that, I think.
Amen. All right, that's the stage upon which Diablo 4 is set. But let's talk a little bit more about Diablo 4. Help us out, Tiffany.
All right, guys, we're going to go on a journey together. But before that, let's take a look at what Diablo 4 is. So Diablo 4 is a classic isometric action RPG.
Surprise!
That classic camera. We wouldn't let it go. No way.
It's going to feature a dark, non-linear campaign.
And we're not going to spoil any of the details about that campaign today, but you'll get to meet some of the folks in charge of it, including our new creative director, Sebastian Stempian.
It'll be a shared open world with 5 distinct contiguous regions.
You'll be able to go from the tip of Skazgan all the way down to Kyrgyzstan.
Complete with weather and day-night cycles.
There are hundreds of dungeons to explore and hundreds of legendaries to find and equip.
Did you see the legendaries in the Dark Gallery?
You should check them out.
Oh my.
All right, there's 5 powerful classes. 3 that we announced today and are playable in the demo: the Sorceress, the Barbarian, and the Druid.
The Druid, yeah.
And it's being developed simultaneously for PC, Xbox One, and PlayStation 4.
All right, so like Tiffany said, we're starting a journey together. You know, you may recall in the opening ceremonies, Luis said that Diablo 4 is about world, legacy, and darkness. Who wants to talk about darkness? Yes. All right. At the highest level, what this means is that when you play Diablo 4, everything you will see and experience will feel immersive and faithful to the legacy of what we all love about Diablo. How's that sound? All right. I wanted to give you an idea what we mean when we say that. You might wonder, is it mature themes? Is it blood? Is it gore? There was a little bit of gore in that trailer, right? Just a little bit. And, is it the music, right? It's all of these things. And what we like to say is it's the totality of that tone that creates that experience that we all know and love. And I think the Butcher's Pit in Diablo 1, you go down, you open that door, everything seems fine. And then it goes horribly wrong, right? Bodies eviscerated. This crazy guy coming out with a butcher's knife. And in our trailer today, you saw that as well. It's like everything was fine until they opened that door. No, doors are bad. So this is what we're really excited about. It's that contrast. It's not monotonous, right? We want to create that sense of space and that world that we're really excited to explore. All right, so here's how this idea affects our heroes. We've taken a more grounded approach to presenting the world of Sanctuary. You can really see it in this piece. It's everything from the palette to the design of the armor, to the design of the weapons, to how we treat magic. In the classes, you see the druid, the barbarian, and the sorceress engaged in combat with monsters from different realms around Sanctuary. And this piece really evokes the kind of tone and that feeling that we're after. And it really affects all things in the world. All right, so how would this tone affect the world of Sanctuary? We have this vast open world, and we want to immerse you into that medieval, apocalyptic, demonic version of Sanctuary like never before. The moments of contrast that you will experience in today's demo are areas like Donheim Caves, the Drowned Caverns, and the Hangman's Tree to the south, which is one of my personal favorites. And then Keeler Farm, which kind of evokes these Diablo 1 vibes. Like the artist who built that, he was so excited about to put that into the demo.
Straight inspiration.
Yeah. These are all areas that remind us that we're in the world of Diablo and what we mean when we talk about return to darkness.
But it's not just present in the art, this darkness. It is in the world, our gameplay, and the stories we tell. So what we mean by that is our world is medieval RPG, but rather than being inspired by high fantasy, we're inspired by the occult, the demonic, and biblical themes. What we mean by gameplay is that even making a very dark, moody world, if we create, the sort of overpowered characters with really over-the-top effects, we know we're going to undermine that sense of darkness. So we want to make sure we keep that in check. And then with stories, you heard me talk about how victories aren't clean or guaranteed. This means that sometimes evil wins. After all, this is the IP where you get sent to save the child Albrecht in the first Diablo, and guess what? There's no saving him. This is the franchise where even after you kill the Lord of Terror himself, it's not good enough, and you need to risk your own mortal soul to try to contain him and just fend evil off for one more day. The entirety of Diablo 2 was predicated upon being a day late and $1 short, and we basically want to encapsulate that feeling, put it in a bottle, and just create a whole world with that sense. So yeah, it's in the art, it's in the gameplay, it's in the world, and in the stories we tell.
All right, but it's not just the darkness of the previous Diablo games that's influenced us. Every Diablo game has added great new gameplay features to the series, and we're using all of these as inspiration for Diablo 4. We're taking some of our and your favorite. Let's go back a slide real quick. Go back to that campfire. There we go.
Yeah, we're not done with that slide yet.
Yeah, I still want to talk about that campfire. Back one more.
One more, please.
There we go. Back to that campfire. All right, we're taking some of our and your favorite features from past Diablo games and bringing them into Diablo 4. We've updated their design, their look, their feel, using our brand new engine and all the lessons that Blizzard has learned over the years. So nowhere is this as apparent as with our classes. So it starts with this campfire right here. This pays homage to the classic campfire from Diablo 2, and this is one of my favorite parts of the demo and the game. So John, what was your team's inspiration when, tackling the character select screen?
Yeah, I think when we started the character select, it was actually a really short conversation about what we wanted to do with that. It was like we had a few ideas, but the campfire was it spoke to us. It really showed off the new engine in a really cool way. It was really awesome to see the classes with the high fidelity that we've added into our characters with Diablo 4. Yeah, it was just so much fun.
Yeah, I go ahead, Luis.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, I love that we left a little room in there, and I also love how we don't put any text there telling you, oh, the barbarian is this and that. It's like, yep, the barbarian is the guy that broods in the corner with a bunch of swords. The druid's the guy that has some good boys hanging by him, and the sorceress conjures the campfire. It's so great.
Yeah, we wanted those classes to just be clear without any text and just it should just speak to I think we all know who these classes are at this point, so. Yeah.
All right, let's take a closer look at these classes, starting with the Barbarian. All right, the Barbarian, you saw the slide a second ago. There's a reason we keep bringing this class back. So Barbarians are the embodiment of visceral, brutal combat that's just so core to Diablo. So in reimagining this class for Diablo 4, we drew upon classical Barbarian imagery as well as art from our own past. So one common theme that kept cropping up was the physicality of these warriors and how armed to the teeth they are with weaponry. Every time you take a look at a picture of a barbarian, they've got axes, swords, polearms, as many weapons as they can carry. And we really love this fantasy for this class, and with that in mind, we've added the arsenal system. So the Barbarian in Diablo 4 will have 4 weapon slots and be able to use both one-handed and two-handed weapons in the same build. And I'm so excited about this level of customization and being able to equip 4 legendary items at the same time.
Yeah, it's pretty much every barbarian's fantasy to finally see that arsenal that you're used to seeing on those classic barbarian paintings come to life.
So you'll actually be able to assign items to each skill slot to add yet another layer of customization, and depending on what skill you use, the barbarian will automatically pull out the weapon that he or she needs, so combat will continue to be seamless on the battlefield. So we're carrying forward Fury to power the aggressive, physical, fast-paced attacks of the barbarian, but they'll also continue to pull the ancient magic of their ancestors to give them all that strength and combat on the battlefield. So let's take a look at the barbarian in action and some art.
Yeah, I love this piece. One of my favorites.
Some of the legendary sets we've got in the works.
Yes.
With built-in blood.
This guy's ready for action.
All right, wait for it. You know what he's gonna do.
Yeah! It's like almost a hammer down moment.
As a barbarian player, I love that the team's taking some of the things that were formerly elemental magic, and now it's just more blood.
Yeah, I think this is like every barbarian painting that I grew up with come to life, where he's just wading into the crowd of enemies and just wreaking havoc.
All right, let's look at our next class.
All right, next up we have the Druid. Who all got to play a Druid in Diablo 2? How about any WoW Druid players? I think you guys are gonna like this guy, but first, I don't know if this little tidbit I'm gonna give you is going to reaffirm your faith in us or shake your faith in us, but we got something to share with you. The Druid was not part of our original lineup for Diablo 4. I know, it's my bad. That lasted about a day. Basically, one of our artists did this amazing piece of art, and then we went from I don't know, Druid, maybe no, we're making a Druid, 100% starting tomorrow, right now.
The power. Art.
It's so great. It is a theme that the art inspires the design in this game. You see it with the arsenal system. You see it with the Druid. So one of the things that we said is hey, we love the idea of the Druid. How do we move it forward? One of the things that we did is we took some of that fire magic that didn't feel like it met the fantasy of being someone in tune with nature, and we replaced it with storm magic and earth magic. And we feel pretty great about that. And we have it in the demo if you guys want to check it out. We kept his nature companions, like the wolves, the ravens, the vines, all of that. And then the thing that we feel is the kind of the special sauce is he's always been able to be this master shapeshifter. He can turn into a werebear, he can turn into a werewolf, and it's It was pretty cool. You'd be a bear and spam shockwave. That was pretty awesome. But we decided to move that forward with Diablo 4, and now we have something we call seamless shapeshifting. What that means, if you truly want to embrace the hybrid nature of the class, you can start an attack in one form, and you'll begin animating as smooth and fluid as the Diablo 3 combat you've enjoyed so far. We're leveling that up. So mid-swing, you will transform into the correct form. So you'll press that button for a werewolf attack. You'll start animating caster form, finish it in werewolf form. If you're surrounded by enemies, you can conjure up a boulder, push those enemies away, and then turn back into a werebear and charge into them. It's really, really cool. I really hope you guys have the time to play the demo, check out the druid. But enough of me talking. Let's see that stuff in action.
That guy is not having a good day.
I love these sets.
Yeah, this was one of our first pieces we did for him when we were trying to figure out what was going to be so cool about him.
Crazy mountain man.
All right, look at those good boys.
Send your pets in, summon up some storm magic. Boom.
Yeah.
And don't worry if you've got a preferred form. You can just assign all your buttons to that form and just be a bear all the time if that's your druid fantasy.
And of course, Cataclysm, it just wrecks the battlefield.
Master of nature magic right there.
Yeah. You made a good choice about that art, I guess. It worked out. All right. The Sorceress, the Sorcerer is back. How exciting is that?
Heck yes.
Yeah. She is elemental carnage on the battlefield, whether it's chilling enemies and smashing with a fireball or transforming into a chaotic ball of lightning and just completely destroying the battlefield, teleporting around and just wreaking havoc. She is an unstoppable wrecking machine, wading through the hordes of monsters with the power of elemental magic. In the dark, oppressive world of Sanctuary, the Sorcerer lights up our dungeons. Like when we say we're returning to darkness, our dungeons are really dark. And the Sorceress lights it up in an amazing, fantastic way with our new engine and our new tech. And we're going to take a look right now.
That guy's about to eat a fireball to the head.
He's definitely questioning his life choices.
Pentagrams, of course.
Yeah, that classic D2 Sorceress.
I love that in addition to bringing the light show, gameplay-wise, you feel like a dungeon boss when you play a Sorceress. She has basically control over the battlefield with abilities like Blizzard, like Firewall, that basically make you feel like you are doing area of denial attacks on enemies. Really cool.
Super exciting. All right, so how you look in a game like Diablo as you're laying waste to the hordes of hell is pretty important, don't you think? You guys want more options for customization than you've had in the past? Of course. And we agree. And we're offering levels of customization in Diablo 4 more than we've ever had before, and allow you to make that barbarian of your dreams, that druid of your dreams. And this is just a few options that we have here today in our demo to kind of show you what appearances look like. And then these are some concepts of also where we're going with this. We really want to give you kind of like a template, and you can build on that fantasy however you want. So if you want to customize the hair, the skin, the jewelry, the scars, the tattoos, those kinds of things. And we really wanted to, we have a lot of these that we're planning, and it's something we're really excited about. We think you guys will like it.
All right, but it's not just the appearance. Customization is at the core of Diablo, and what I mean with that is gameplay customization. And customization is back with a vengeance. We're bringing back some ideas and new ideas that we've become inspired from previous games. So we have super happy. We're a little nervous. They're like, they're gonna like it. Yeah. So we have a trifecta of customization options with talent trees, with skill ranks, and with rune words.
Снова здравствуйте. Я хотел просто кое-что уточнить. Мне тут
Rune words
немного слили
especially, we've taken
информацию.
inspiration from Diablo 2 and given it a fresh new interpretation. You'll get to hear all about it in our systems and feature
Которую я
panel
не
tomorrow,
совсем
or if you check it out on the
понимаю.
demo. But the way that it works, it's super exciting. That's no longer like a secret recipe, but a little bit more freeform with triggers and effects.
Ну да,
We're
они сказали,
very
что
excited
будет
to see
новая
the
карта.
combinations that you come up with. But the message that we want to bring to you today is we want you to play the build that's
Я,
inside your
возможно,
head.
к вам вернусь
Not the build that
где-то
I
поближе
designed for you,
к
but the build that you want to play. Because we realize that, you know,
первому,
your
потому
idea
что
of a
вроде
frost
бы как
sorceress might be different than mine
Я
or
не знаю,
Dawn's.
почему у них здесь неправильное расписание.
Right.
Привет, хакер.
Another thing that's
году
new
тоже
to Diablo
смотришь.
4 is the sense of world.
Надеюсь, в этом
It's a
году не
very
забанят.
big difference in how we've approached it from different installments. And we're coming at it from two angles:
Просто я
the fantasy and the
посмотрел.
gameplay. On the fantasy side, we
Просто
knew
по
we had
информации
kind of
его
planted these
хеда,
seeds of,
по
hey, the
информации
druid.
его
We told
хеда,
you he
они
came from
должны
Skosglen, and we
показать
had seen
сегодня и Diablo,
shown
и
little
Overwatch,
corners of
и
Sanctuary
Warcraft,
that we knew you guys
и
wanted to
Hearthstone.
explore. But then on the gameplay side, we kept making a more or less linear game with Diablo before. Act
Но
1,
почему-то
Act 2,
этого
Act 3.
здесь нет
And you guys
в
kept
самом
wanting to approach it
расписании.
in a more open way,
В любом
jumping around,
случае, я
killing
приду к
stuff,
вам в
and
пол
not
первого,
following
потому
the
что
rules.
вроде как в пол первого
So
ночи должен
with Reaper of
начаться
Souls,
Warcraft.
we created
Warcraft
adventure
я
mode
точно
to
смотреть
kind of
буду.
give you guys a taste of that
Вот. А
openness,
пока что вы
and it was really
можете
transformative.
развлекаться
That was
и
a moment where we learned a
наслаждаться,
lot about how the game could be played,
пока нас не
and where we
забанили.
saw how you guys were approaching Diablo. So based on those
потом к
learnings, we are
Warcraft'у я к
making
вам
Diablo 4 open from the
прибегу.
ground up. We're making an
Вот
open
как-то
world with a non-linear campaign so that you can be in charge of how you decide to level. If you're the type of player that wants to take breaks between the story and do some of the repeatable content, explore a little bit, do side content, stuff like that, great. If you're the type of player that wants to experience the story uninterrupted, you can still do that. So not only can you customize who your character is, you can customize their experience in Sanctuary.
Yeah, the world. This is something we're so excited about. I think when the concept team got a hold of this, you know, this idea of this vast open world was really exciting and what we would present to the players. You know, Diablo levels have always felt a little bit like, you know, corridors or, you know, I kind of skirt around the edges and work my way in towards the middle. But there was always that border that was a little frustrating. And I think like for this game, you know, those borders are gone. And so on the concept team, when we were kind of imagining what this space would look like, we had to imagine what that would be. And so, you know, what if the region itself was 10 or 20 times larger than any previous Diablo region? You know, so big that mounts might actually be required to cross these distances. There's going to be 5 connected regions to explore with distinct geological and unique biomes. We will have the icy mountains of Fractured Peaks. We're really excited about this one. It's beautiful. We'll have the dark forests of Skosglen. And we're going to have the desolate grasslands of Dry Steppes. Sprawling deserts of Kyrgyzstan. Of course, we're going to go back to Kyrgyzstan. We're really excited about this. And then the foul swamps of Hawazar to explore.
Why can't they just be regular swamps?
Because they need to be foul. This is super important. Foul swamps. Sounds pretty dark, right?
So the world is also how you engage with other players in Diablo 4. So we'll have social hubs in major towns. This is one from our demo. This is Korbach. And in these towns, not only is this where you pick up quests and talk to NPCs, you can also trade, ask someone about their gear, maybe investigate their build, take a look at how they customize their character or what awesome armor they're wearing. You might even be able to look for a group. And you might be wondering, why do I want to look for a group? Well, as you're exploring the open world, you'll come across world events. And our druid here is going to come up on one in a second. And you may not want to fight these events alone because they're a little bit tougher experiences, which I think is pretty exciting. All right, I'm gonna wait for this one to pop up. All right, here we go. So this was in the game trailer. This is Ashava. This is in our demo. I'm curious how many people Ashava is going to murder this weekend.
Anybody want to venture a guess? I'm guessing thousands, maybe. Everybody. I like that.
Everybody
Yeah,
here, yes.
Probably everyone that plays a demo is going to die to this. So You know, you can group up with other people. You'll be running around the world. You'll come across other players, and they'll be able to help you defeat this demon and get some awesome loot. That's why we fight demons, right? So I know what you're thinking. What if I don't really want to play with other people? Well, there will be areas of Sanctuary where players can opt into PvP, so you can just murder them instead. You'll be able to complete the entirety of Diablo 4 without ever necessarily engaging in these social activities. You can continue to crawl dungeons on your own or just form private parties of your own. But I'm really excited about what grouping and trading is going to do to the longevity of this game. And you know, the most important thing for me for playing games these days is player stories. And I have, you know, so many of my own. And I'm curious, do you have any?
I mean, yeah, I love PvP, not because I'm a great PvPer. I'm like kind of middling, but it's the sort of thing where I don't remember a lot about other games, but I remember how I lost my hardcore characters in Diablo 2. And I lost my sorceress, basically. Someone befriended me. We did bail runs for a couple hours. I'm like, this person's pretty chill. My bags were full after killing Bale, so I went to town, took the town portal back to get the rest of my loot, and I don't know how, this person must have been telepathic or something, but they went hostile right as I was loading. I loaded up to like 1 million firewalls, died in like a second. Your deeds will be remembered. And that person really enriched my online experience, I must say.
Luis, I didn't realize we'd met before.
I'm not even mad. Maybe in Diablo 4 I'll finally get revenge, so.
All right, well, John and Luis talked about this expansive open world, and there will still be waypoints to travel around because we think that's really core to the fantasy of Sanctuary. With so much world to explore, we saw the opportunity to add a new feature, and that is mounts. So we took a very Diablo approach to this feature, both thematically from a gameplay perspective. So taking a look at this concept art right here, you'll be able to swap out the armor pieces, change the saddle, change, what's another? Armor?
Horseshoes.
Horse armor, and maybe swap out that fallen head for a different trophy. And not only does this add, you know, aesthetic customization, but it also changes the gameplay. So if you're in PvP and you're running away from a sorceress that's turned hostile on you, you may want to equip some items that decrease the damage that you take on a mount, or maybe make your mount go a little bit faster so you can outrun that firewall or outrun that blizzard. And keep your ears for another day. So it's really important that mounts feel grounded in this world. Everything that we add, you'll hear us say time and time again, for this to feel like a dark, grounded world. We want these mounts to feel at home in Sanctuary. So, John, I saw that on your desk, you had this picture of a rainbow unicorn.
That is not true. It was on fire. If it was on my desk, it was
all
certainly
right, that's
on fire.
why there's a fire horse
Or
behind
dead,
me.
or
All right.
flayed, or something.
So we'll have demon horses, flayed horses. This horse doesn't even have a face anymore. That feels pretty at home in the world of Sanctuary. And so these are the kinds of mounts that you can expect to ride around. Because Diablo is an action RPG, we want to get you back into the action as quickly as possible, and we want to do it with some flair. So we've added dismount abilities. Each class will have class-specific abilities that fit their fantasy perfectly. So if you're a sorceress and you just want to get off your horse like normal, you can still do that. Or you can turn into an ice storm and freeze everything in your path. So let's take a look at the barbarian and the sorceress and some of their dismount abilities in action.
What do you think? Are they chasing each other or are they friends?
I think they're about to kill each other.
Probably.
All right, check this out. Combo those dismount abilities. So I guess they're friends for now.
Don't trust them.
All right, so we've talked a lot about the world above ground, but we all know that really the cool stuff in Diablo happens below ground, in dungeons. You guys want to hear about dungeons? All right, well, we've added, like we have all this cool stuff above ground, but when we say return to darkness, that is a literal truth for a lot of our dungeons, and we are crafting some of the darkest, most evil spaces that you have ever explored in a Diablo game to find epic loot. And we're gonna show some of those right now. Let's take a look. Those are your people, Luis.
I love the first time I went to a dungeon in Diablo 4 and I realized I was at home was when the corners were dark. I'm like, oh, this just feels so right in a Diablo game. Right here, this. And if you play a class that brings the light show, here's where you see it.
Yeah, for sure. When the player's in there and you have that little pool of light around you and those dark corners, it just feels like home.
And of course, we should reassure you these are fully randomized. We're building up on our know-how from D3. It's basically DRLG 2.0. Our dungeons continue to be randomized. And not only that, but we have new features that in tomorrow's panels you'll get to check out.
And also exterior dungeons as well that are randomly generated.
So there's one thing I'm not seeing here, John.
Really? Did we leave something out?
Where do we usually go in a Diablo game?
Where do you guys want to go in Diablo? Yeah, of course we're going to hell.
Handbasket.
Yeah, it wouldn't be Diablo without going to hell, right? And we're doing it, and we're really excited about it. We don't have it here today with us, but I guarantee you in the future, when you see it, we're going to really do it a very strong service, yeah.
All right, so what good would all of this world and all of these dungeons be if we didn't have cool stuff to kill? So as a former quest designer, it really excites me to do a big world RPG in the world of Diablo and finally get into the backgrounds, the backstories, and how all the pieces fit together. Like the Fallen, for example, in the demonology, how they fit in. They're at the lowest rung of basically that demonic hierarchy. All the other demons just crap on them. They get the crumbs of the human remains that are left, maybe some bones. They just take in all this insane cruelty, and then they just reflect it back into the world. That's why you have like fallen lunatics that are just ready to blow up, and like these wicked weapons with spikes, and they just look like cruel, miserable creatures. But it all comes from them taking all this cruelty in. So, let's think that.
You're kind of making me feel bad for the Fallen. I want to kill these guys and take their stuff.
Well, hopefully not too bad, but, think about that next time you're killing Bish Bosh or Rakanishu. But it's not just the iconic and genre-defining monsters of Diablo, like the Fallen. We also...
Yeah, we got some new stuff.
We got lots of new stuff, because we're exploring parts of the world that we've never been to. So here's just one example, one taste. This is the Drowned. They are undead that comes from the oceans. They're linked to ancient maritime curses and stuff like that. So as we move forward, we're going to keep exploring these families and how they fit into the world and how they work together as a family. So they have mechanics where they amp each other up and they're bigger than the sum of their parts.
Yeah, I love the Drowned. Seeing them come out of the coastline, which you'll see in today's demo, is really striking.
All right, and then what good would all these monsters be if they weren't dropping awesome stuff? So items are one of the most important elements of Diablo, if not the most important. We're really leaning into legendaries as opening up build possibilities. We realize that with D3, we maybe emphasize sets a little bit too much, and we want to make sure that we leave room for legendaries moving forward so that we have build variety and that we don't overstep on that customization. Sets will continue to be there, but they won't dominate. Even non-legendary affixes will also lean into customization. We will have affixes that will improve your skill ranks, and we'll have affixes that will improve your passive talent ranks. And we hope that will further differentiate your build from my build. And then, great. And then also, we're just building in our tools, our pipelines, and our know-how, and we're bringing even more legendaries than ever to the table.
Yeah, we're making so many legendaries, and these are just a few of them here. And actually, you're going to get to see some of them at the show today, which is pretty cool.
Super excited. That spiked one right there is my favorite.
How are you supposed to hold that?
You bleed.
It looks like it'd give you tetanus.
All right, so there is much, much more to come. A game of this scope takes time. This is a very, very early first step. We're not coming out soon, not even Blizzard soon. We're just excited to take this first early step in the journey together with you. We have a demo ready for you guys to play back there. We have 3 classes, our first 3 classes. We're going to have 5 when we ship. We also have 3 dungeons, lots of events, including the world event that Tiffany described, and a very small sliver of Skoskland, which in itself is just a small region of the world. Please give us feedback. We want to hear what you liked, what you didn't like. Again, this is just the first step in the journey. And then if you can't be here, if you're watching over the internet at home, We have streams both days. We've partnered, Yep. We've partnered with streamers where you can go experience the demo vicariously. And then we also have a website live with info. And we're on the hook now with you guys to update that website on a quarterly basis with a weblog to keep you up to date as to how we're going in the development.
All right, so yeah, right? That's super exciting. All right, so we have so many things for you to see at the show. Luis talked a lot about the demo. I'm going to talk about the stuff beyond the demo. It's crazy. So there is literally a 12-foot tall Lilith in the front of Hall D.
I can see her.
Yeah, I know. I can literally see her from here. It's absolutely crazy.
Right there.
Built by the incredible Steve Wang and his incredible team. We have a slightly smaller version of Lilith, crafted by our very talented sculptors, which you will also see at the show. We have brought artifacts from the world of Diablo on display at the Dark Gallery. The Dark Gallery is kind of a first time of doing something like this. We've brought a piece of Sanctuary here, filled it with artifacts. Some of them are made by our team. We've had some other people chip in, and it's really something pretty extraordinary, and we're excited for you to see it. We also have the artist Brahm here, who created the cover to Diablo 2, yeah, is that right? And did many beautiful paintings for Diablo 3. And he was also, basically, he'll be here signing prints. He painted Lilith, that'll be in the Dark Gallery. So yeah, please stop by, get a poster signed, nerd out with us about all the things that we're going to be doing in the future, and share your stories.
All right, I got to give one more plug to the Dark Gallery. It's like a really messed up museum. There's also a cultist sacrifice going on in there, so if you're really big on taking photos, you can go get sacrificed on an altar. So just a suggestion, if you have some free time, go into the Dark Gallery, check out some art, maybe get sacrificed.
Yeah, that guy's terrifying.
Yeah.
Send that picture to your friends and relatives, freak them out a little bit.
Yeah, you came to BlizzCon and you got sacrificed. It's, true Diablo fans.
All right, we touched on a lot of things today really briefly, but you can find out way more at our other panels this weekend for Diablo 4. So starting off tomorrow morning, there will be a live art demonstration from Diablo 4 artists if you're interested in seeing how we create character assets for the game. So that's over in the Dark Moon Fair, and that's at 10 a.m. on the Epic stage. If you're interested in learning more about the systems and features, because we just touched really lightly on them this morning, if you're interested in learning about the classes, the skills, monsters and bosses, dungeons, items, check out that Systems and Features panel tomorrow right here on the stage at 12:15. If you're interested in learning more about the world that we're building and all the characters and where they're going and how we even got here, check out the World and Lore panel, also on this stage tomorrow afternoon at 3:15, and learn more from our World and Lore team. And last but not least, all this beautiful art. If you want to take a look at that, and listen to a multidisciplinary discussion on our approach for returning to darkness in Diablo, come to the art panel with John and some artists.
That's going to be so much fun.
Awesome artists. On the legendary stage tomorrow afternoon at 4:15. So these three latter panels will have Q&A. So we would love to hear your questions and answer them. We're actually, you can actually submit a question physically here over at the demo station. There's a little box. You can write your question on a card and drop it into that box. Or if you're watching online, you can tweet at us at #D4QA. We'll be going through those questions, picking the best ones, and answering those in our panels.
Don't be afraid to ask hard questions. I know there's a lot of speculation that we won't. We'll take them. So give us some hard questions. All right. So, like we mentioned at the beginning, this is a stacked BlizzCon. What do the airlines say? We realize you had a choice of demos and presentations. We're really, really happy that you came to see us and hear what we had to show you, to say and show you. So thank you. We three represent a very, very passionate team, and we want you to know that we have our team staffing the area, the demo area, and the Dark Gallery. That you'll see us wearing the blue shirts. Please stop by, talk to them, let them know what you liked, what you didn't like, share your Diablo stories, ask them what their favorite class is. Maybe you let them know what classes you like and don't like. We're just super excited to just nerd out with us and finally be able to share what we've been working on with you guys. So on behalf of the entire Diablo team, once again, thank you all, and we'll see you in hell.
Thank you.
Thank you for attending Diablo 4 Unveiled. Coming up, Overwatch, what's next? Welcome to Overwatch. What's next?
What's up, everyone? Long time no see. So I'm Jeff.
And I'm Aaron.
So Aaron's very humble. So how many WoW fans are here today?
Oh my God.
Okay. I'm not making this up. You can watch this on YouTube. Aaron is the gentleman who made Stormwind, Orgrimmar, Thunderbluff, Ironforge, Darnassus for World of Warcraft. And for those of you who are Overwatch fans, what is the best map in Overwatch? Aaron made King's Row. Okay.
Thank you for all of that. And that's not embarrassing at all.
No, not embarrassing at all. And he prefers to be called Aaron. And everyone's been pronouncing it wrong all these years. Aaron,
that's my mom. Yeah. Okay.
So, Overwatch 2, we're talking about it in detail now.
I'm so excited to talk to all of you about Overwatch 2. We said it in opening ceremonies. It's so hard not to be able to talk about it with friends and family and actually use the name Overwatch 2. But here we go.
There it is.
You want to start with push?
You start. You kick it off.
Okay, so we've built a lot of game modes for Overwatch over the years. Things like Junkensteins or Capture the Flag or Lucio Ball. But those have always been featured in the arcade. Push is the first game mode that we've released since launch that is what we call a core game mode. And a core game mode is something that you will be able to play in quick play. It's something that you'll play in competitive. And it's also something that the Overwatch League is going to play. Let's take a look at a video that kind of goes into it in a little more detail.
Cool. Yeah, let's check it out.
Okay, so the push map that we're showing today takes place in Toronto, Canada. Yes. The objective of push is for both teams to escort a robot into enemy territory. The team that pushes it the furthest before time expires wins the match. That's the robot.
Who is ready to push? I am.
As you stand near the robot, it will start moving towards the enemy's base.
Until May gets conked.
Yeah, exactly. As the robot moves, it pushes a barricade marker further into enemy territory. The further the marker goes, the higher your team's score gets. As it hits a checkpoint, your team will unlock a forward spawn point.
This looks like a nice spot.
He's a little itchy.
Yeah, I love this guy. As he's pushing the barricade marker, the robot moves slower. But when he's not pushing the marker, he moves a lot faster. This allows teams to make up lost ground really quickly in the mode. Okay, so May needs to escort the robot further into enemy territory than Brigitte's team did. And if she can escort it all the way till the end of the map, it'll result in an instant victory for her and her team. Like this.
Victory.
Yeah, I would say so far internally, we don't have a lot of the maps go all the way to the end, which is a good thing. Most of the maps are like more back and forth.
Yeah, and I think that that's one of the design values that we had for push is it's more interesting to have that robot move back and forth across the map. And if you look at the map, you can see that it's mirrored. The geometry is mirrored from one side to the other. It's a symmetrical map. And the game mode itself is a symmetrical game mode. What that means is each team has the same objective that they need to accomplish in order to win the match. This is similar to something like Control. Control, both teams are vying for one control point in the middle of the map. What I think is really cool about Push, though, is as the robot moves back and forth across the map, the team fights that are everything in these symmetrical modes happen all across the map, in contrast to Control, where a lot of them happen at the control point in the middle of the map. if you look at this next shot, you can see that the path that winds its way through Toronto in this map is really windy. That red line illustrates the path that the robot takes through Toronto. What this means is that there's a lot of different shortcuts and connections in order to connect different parts of the path. This makes the game mode really flanky. And heroes that you might not see in some of our other game modes, or you might not see as prominently, such as Reaper and Tracer, are really, really powerful in this game mode. Internally in our testing, we typically use different comps in Push than we do in all the other game modes. And I can't wait for you guys to play it. You can play it on the show floor today and see what sort of team compositions you guys create.
Cool. Let's take a look at Toronto a little bit. Why don't we talk about some of our values from a world building standpoint?
Yeah, so when we build maps, we always like to take players on a journey all across the world. And we like to visit unique and exciting and exotic locations. And when we build them, we try to make them fit the ideal or the fantasy of what we've always imagined that place in the world to be. With Toronto, it's the red maple trees, it's ice rinks, a curling arena, a statue of a hockey player.
Tons of hockey. Very multicultural. So Toronto was a blast to work on. But what's very exciting for our players to know is that there's going to be all new PvP maps, not just for Push, which will have multiple new maps with it. It won't just be Toronto. But every current core game mode in Overwatch is going to get Overwatch 2 maps.
Yeah, we'll get multiple maps for every game mode. And I think this is so exciting because the game, when Overwatch 2 launches, it's going to feel like such a new experience. I know we're going to talk a lot about the cooperative missions up here, but even on the PvP side of the game, having a bunch of new maps to play on is going to make this feel like a totally new experience for Overwatch 2 players.
Yeah, let's check it out. We've got some footage here now. I have to warn everybody, all of this is work in progress. We are hard at work on Overwatch 2 right now. So none of the maps that you're seeing are finished. Not even Toronto, not even Rio out on the show floor today. None of them are finished. They're all going to be that much cooler when we're done. We're also looking forward to getting a lot of play testing, a lot of feedback, but you can see some of the locations that we're really excited to explore. And many of these maps we've been playing for a while now and having a really good time.
Yeah, I think one of the great things about making maps for the Overwatch universe is that a lot of the people on our team come from locations all across the world. So we have people from Brazil working on a Rio de Janeiro map, people from Sweden working on Gothenburg, people from Toronto actually working on Toronto, and they're able to bring all of their love and passion and experience in these places to bear when they're actually building the map.
Yeah. So we know that you all love new maps. There are a lot of new maps coming with Overwatch 2, a lot of new locations, places that you want to see, like Gothenburg. There's a couple of heroes from Gothenburg we think would be really cool. But it's time to talk about story missions. So story has been requested from us a lot. Like, we get a lot of comments. And we think it's awesome. Like, you have all followed the story so far. You've been following it for some time, and you're ready for more. And we are ready to deliver. Now, I'm going to do a quick recap on like where the story's at right now. So obviously, this is since the original game. The original game started with Overwatch being shut down. Overwatch was this international peacekeeping force. The UN issued this thing called the Petrus Act, and that shut Overwatch down. Then, because of the absence of Overwatch and the heroism that they brought to the world, new threats were able to arise, and all sorts of bad stuff started to happen. There was the uprising in London. There was Talon. Like, Talon really became much more of a threat and gained in power in this sort of new vacuum that we had. But our good buddy Winston had the idea to initiate the recall. And what the recall is about is he knows it's illegal to reach out to all of the Overwatch agents, the former Overwatch agents, and basically say to them, hey, it's time to get back together. Like, now's the time. The world needs us now more than ever. So then we had a series of animated shorts, and it was really fun to explore these and kind of go on this journey to see how different heroes reacted to the recall. There was, for example, in Honor and Glory, you know, Reinhardt, in the most steadfast way, said, I must answer the call, while Brigitte was sort of begging him not to at a certain point. Whereas May, who was working at Eco Point Antarctica, you know, she wasn't necessarily a hero. She was more of just a scientist at the time. But Winston's recall really inspired her into heroism, which was great. And then there was that last BlizzCon we showed Reunion with McCree. And McCree's very strange reaction. Like, okay, Winston called me back, but I'm going to bring Echo back instead.
Yeah. McCree kind of pieced out at that moment.
Yeah.
Who knows where the guy went, what he's doing around the world, but I have a feeling we'll be seeing more of him.
We might see more of McCree. I didn't see him in Zero Hour. The name of the movie we showed today, by the way, is Zero Hour, the Paris attacks. So I didn't see him there. So I'm wondering what's up with McCree. So Zero Hour, that brings us up to today. So Paris is under attack. It's Null Sector again, but it's not the Null Sector from back in King's Row. This is an all-out attack on the entire world. The good news is, joining Winston in Paris were some of the members of Overwatch. Some responded to the call. They're back. They're ready for action. But the world is attacked, and the world is under strife, and you, as a player, are going to get to take the place of our heroes and see what the next chapter holds for Overwatch. So we really hope you play that demo today. It will show you just kicking off where we're at. Now, the coolest part about getting to do story missions is something that we hear often from you is that you love our cinematics. Thank you. They're made by a group called Story and Franchise Development. We get to work with some of the most talented animators, producers, directors. We're really, really lucky to work with them. Every one of our story missions will get a cinematic introduction and we'll get a cinematic outro. So you'll experience that. You'll see that in the Rio de Janeiro demo that we have. Now, I've got to give a warning to everybody. The outro is a placeholder for the actual movie. So I will just say this. I'm going to give a spoiler right
Oh, no.
So at the very end, what's May's famous line at the very end? Lucio! Lucio doesn't actually die. So, okay. That's all you need to know. But we're excited for the cinematic storytelling that we get to do. You finally get to spend a lot of time with these heroes. So in a story mission, it's very curated by us. Like, we get to pick which heroes you're going to play in a story mission because we're trying to tell a particular story. So in Rio, for example, we've got May, we've got Reinhardt, Lucio, and Tracer. Those are the heroes that you can adventure with.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting about story missions, and even with hero missions, all of the cooperative gameplay that we're trying to do, is one of our goals is to bring a lot of the fast-paced action that you get in Overwatch PvP, where you're using all of your heroes' abilities, your comboing abilities with other heroes. You have a lot of strategic decisions that you make with your teammates. We're trying to bring that to the PvE side of the game, or the side where you play versus AI. And it's difficult to do because of the fast-paced nature of it. So that cinematic storytelling that Jeff was just talking about, that gives us the freedom to create more of those spaces. We can pull the story out to the cinematics and allow the gameplay to really flow as you're playing through any of the missions.
So one thing that we're experimenting with, because Overwatch 2 still has a ways to go. It's a game that's actively in development. We're working extremely hard on it right now. One of the experiments that we're doing right now is we're trying to give you some choice in what hero you can play in these story missions. And I don't mean like choice between the 4 heroes. What I mean is, for example, in Rio, both Mercy and Genji are present on the mission as well. Wouldn't it be cool in this mission if you had a choice not only between, you know, Reinhardt, Tracer, Lucio, Mei, but also like maybe if I wanted to play Mercy instead or Genji. So we're trying that out right now. Like obviously it doesn't work for all heroes because like Roadhog wouldn't make a lot of sense helping the team out in Rio. But we'll see how that goes. We'll keep you guys updated. I think it could be pretty cool. Now, another new development that you'll experience when you play the demo today is that we've added an item system to the story missions. Now, this is not an item system. It's not like Diablo where like loot's going to be popping out of robots and we're all looking at the ground, picking up gold and that kind of thing. And it's not like WoW where we're waiting for the boss at the end of the mission and we're going to kill it and then Aaron's going to roll on my drop. But it's the item system, I would say, is more equivalent to what you see in like a battle royale game. If you guys have played like Apex Legends or PUBG, it's a temporary item pickup that you have for the length of that mission, and you'll find these at different moments throughout the mission. And they have different abilities. So we're looking at here is a healing station that's actually of epic quality. So there's different quality levels to them too. But like Aaron might prefer the corrosive grenade.
Yeah, if, let's say you're playing Lucio, you might not want to pick up the healing station. You're already healing everybody in your party. So something like the corrosive grenade, which helps you deal extra damage to enemies, is a really good choice.
Another item that we added was this thing called the barrier fence. This is like a cylindrical barrier, kind of similar to how Winston's work. You drop it down, it sits in place. This one's been super awesome. Like if your group's having a lot of trouble and people need to be revived, you can drop the barrier fence down and it gives you an opportunity to revive them. So we hope that the item system adds some variety to the story missions and also lets you accommodate for the type of player you are and gives you some options when you're playing the missions.
Yep.
There's also, in the Rio demo, there's a very rare item kind of, I want to say hidden, but it's not really hidden.
You're giving it all away.
I'm giving it all away, but see if you can get it. Okay, cool.
Okay, so hero missions. While story missions are really designed to take players through a story experience, hero missions are designed to be deeply replayable. I think one of the great things about Blizzard games are that we make lifestyle games. And what I mean by that is we make games that you can play as your main game or you can play as your only game. I think that hero missions fit into the role where you can play them night after night, week after week, and year after year. This is really the long tail.
Decade after decade.
Was I getting a little too dramatic with that? Okay, I do that sometimes. You know, so like one of the analogies that we use internally for hero missions is they're our equivalent to adventure mode in Diablo or world quests in World of Warcraft. So it's something that we really want you to be able to sink a lot of time into. And we'll get into progression a little bit later, but it really dovetails with the hero progression in Overwatch 2. Those two systems rely on each other, and they kind of play with each other back and forth. Now, I think that for hero missions, there's a lot of different things that make them replayable and give them the variety that you need to be able to play them for a long period of time. And one of those is varied locations. And what I mean by this is that hero missions will take place all across the globe in new levels that are coming to Overwatch 2, and in all of the levels that we've already built for Overwatch 1. You'll be able to play hero missions in all of those.
So another cool variable that you'll have with hero missions that will keep it fresh and new is that the objectives will keep changing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you could do all sorts of different objectives in hero missions. We want them to feel kind of fresh and new each time you go into one of them. So one hero mission might be surviving a holdout in Winston's lab in Gibraltar, or another one might be taking out a null sector behemoth in Route 66. And so we'll have you going through a lot of different locations, doing a lot of different objectives, and the third piece to them is the hero roster that you'll be able to pick from. So in story missions, we're trying to tell a very specific narrative, and we need there to be certain heroes there. And like Jeff said earlier, it doesn't really make a lot of sense for Widowmaker and Tracer to go out on a story mission together. But in hero mode, we want you to be able to pick from all of the different heroes that are available.
Yeah, we feel like hero choice is extremely important. One of the things that, in general, both story missions and hero missions we're really excited for is the promise of Overwatch is that there's these 31 amazing heroes for us to play with. But the reality for a lot of us is I might be good with about 4 of them. And if I care about my SR at all, I maybe only play like 4 or 5 heroes, even though I really would love to explore this hero roster. The good news is we feel like in the PvE side of the game, you will really get a lot of exploration through the heroes. And I think hero missions in particular will feel great to play and level up different heroes.
Yeah, definitely. And there's a lot of reasons to pick from different heroes here. As Jeff mentioned, and if you're playing competitive, you might want to stick to just a few. But as you're going on different hero missions, you might want to pick a particular hero because you think it's really good for a certain objective type. Bastion and Reinhardt work really, really well in holdouts, you know? You might also be picking a hero because as we get into the progression system, you'll see you might want to start leveling up a hero because you're really excited about a particular build that you might be able to get for that hero.
I can't wait to talk about the progression system. But before we do, there's one more part of what's going to keep the hero missions fresh and keep them interesting, and that's different enemy groups.
Yeah, so well, you'll be able to play against a lot of different enemy groups in hero missions for Overwatch 2. You saw Null Sector in 0 Hour, the cinematic that we showed during opening ceremonies. There's also Talon. Talon has obviously been a force for evil in the Overwatch universe, and I hope that we can see more of them in Overwatch 2 and kind of see what they're up to. And then beyond those two, you know, there's other things. There's other threats that are out there in the Overwatch universe, and I'm hoping that we can see
I think
other
everyone
enemy
could
groups.
imagine some amazing enemy groups that they'd love to fight against in Overwatch 2. And we're going to make them. All right, so the progression system. This is really exciting. Now, I have to caveat this a bit. As I mentioned, Overwatch 2 is still in development. We have a long ways to go before this game is fully ready. So we're only showing you kind of a part of the progression system right now. And it's also likely that progression could change a lot from now and the time that the game is released. You need a lot of iteration, a lot of play testing on this type of system. But we wanted to share parts of it with you. So by no means is this comprehensive. This isn't the only ideas that we have. This is sort of the tip of the iceberg. And it will give you a sense of the direction that we're exploring right now. So an interesting thing to talk about is the talent system. So we had originally designed the talent system for hero missions, not story missions. But as we were approaching BlizzCon this year, we knew that we were going to show a story mission, and we didn't have any progression stuff to show. And we thought it was super fun. So we actually hooked up the talent system from hero missions into the story experience. And there was like a funny side effect of that where many members of the Overwatch team were like, actually, this is really awesome and super fun, and I hope we figure out a way to keep talents in the story missions eventually when they happen. So I don't know if that's going to be the case by the time the game launches, but for now you can see Tracer has a level. She can level up, and at different levels she gets different selection of talents. And these talents do different things. They definitely have player power involved. That's the goal. We want you to feel more powerful. Now, I know a lot of people raised an eyebrow when I said that. Any sort of talents or progression or anything like that is not going to come into the competitive part of the game. We're not going to make it so my Tracer is more powerful than your Tracer. Well, mine is, but anybody else's Tracer is more powerful. We want to keep it a fair playing field. But like we always say, when it comes to PvE, the robots don't post on the forums.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We can make it unfair. You know,
it could be OP, yeah.
Yeah, we have a lot of values that we're trying to adhere to as we design the progression system. As Jeff said earlier, like one of those is to make your heroes feel more powerful. You'll become more powerful. You'll be doing more damage as you progress through this system. But that's not all. We want you to feel more versatile. We want you to be able to put together a build for your hero that fits your particular play style. And we also just want your hero to be able to feel different from other people's heroes as well.
So I think adaptive reload is a great example of a talent. I'm not sure if you all can read adaptive reload, but the gist of it is whenever Tracer does an ability like blink or recall, her pistols reload automatically. And like this is a talent that speaks to you and your play style.
Yeah, so I pick adaptive reload a lot because every time you use any ability, she gets a full clip again. And so if you use this correctly and you kind of play Tracer with the right cadence, you never run out of ammo. You always have it, and it just feels so powerful.
Now, other players don't have an issue with Tracer's reload cadence. It feels natural to them. They're used to it.
Is there like a problem with the way that I...
No,
okay.
no, it's okay. The world needs you too, Aaron. But you know, some other players might want to take an ability like chain reaction, which is a little bit more powerful, but centered more around her ultimate. And this one, I think the video just shows it best, and it sort of speaks for itself. So we can check it out here in action. So yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
Imagine that in PvP. That would team kill. Yeah.
12,000 IQ.
Obviously, we think that would be awesome. Now, let's show you some other talents that are work in progress, but we think are cool.
Yeah, this one is super exciting. So this
Any
is
Hanzo mains out there? Yeah.
Okay, so Jiro's guidance. This is any arrow that hits an enemy detected by sonic arrow will seek and pierce all other detected enemies. I know it's kind of a mouthful, but you can see it in the video here.
The talent speaks for itself. So, and this one is cool too because Sonic Arrow is useful in PvE, but nowhere to the degree that it is in the competitive side of the game. So this adds a lot of usefulness to it on the PvE side of the game.
Yeah, and hopefully you guys can start using your imagination for the different types of things that we'll be able to do with talents here and how you'll be able to use some of them to kind of combo into other abilities.
So,
oh gosh.
Oh yeah, here it comes. This one is called Epic Enter. Did I say it wrong?
No, that was
Okay.
perfect.
Okay. Oh, Epicenter. Okay. As many of you know, Reinhardt's Earthshatter ability is a cone-based ability.
Mm-hmm.
But imagine if it worked in 365 degrees.
Yeah.
360 degrees. Because 365 degrees would be breaking mathematics.
Sure.
Yeah.
I actually think what this one does is it makes a bicycle magically appear.
Wow, and it did make a bicycle magically appear. So really fun for you, Reinhardt.
Where does it come from?
Where does it? I think it makes a robot transform into a bicycle. Yeah. Aaron and I have watched this like 500 times, and it doesn't get old.
Not at all.
So this one was in the gameplay movie. Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, okay. So this is a cryo freeze ability, and when it ends, it'll instantly freeze all nearby enemies. And if any of you are May players, you'll kind of, yes. You'll know that like coming out of cryo freeze is kind of a scary moment where all the enemies are just kind of waiting there to blast you. And so this talent kind of takes care of that.
Don't follow me.
Yeah, so it gives her a lot of utility, and it adds to that the defensive nature of the ability. Obviously, in the competitive side of the game, this would be my worst nightmare.
Yeah.
Speaking, okay.
Yes.
This is the best.
I love this one. I hope you guys really like this one. Snowball effect. Internally, we just call this bowling for robots.
Yeah. You can't let the hamster have all the fun.
No.
Yeah. Let's see it one more time. Okay, awesome. So This is another ability that you saw in the gameplay trailer earlier today. The reason I like this one, I don't know if anybody plays Genji like I do, but when I play Genji and I press my ultimate ability button, usually there's no one anywhere near me. And I'm standing there and my dash is on cooldown and I just kind of feel stupid. And then like I go back and I watch those YouTubes and I'm like, how do they do it?
Yeah, need healing.
Yeah, exactly. But this ability is made for someone like me. So he actually gets to shoot out a projectile from his sword. So it gives a lot of extra ability. You know, you could really tune Genji to your play style and really adjust it. So one of the cool things is, like, imagine if we started to combine talents. Like, it's not like the heroes are just going to have one talent. They're going to have a bunch of talents they can pick from and create builds.
Yeah, and so this is an example of two talents at the same time. The first one is Torbjorn turning his turret into a flamethrower rather than a minigun. And then the second turret allows him to place 3 mini turrets instead of 1 large turret.
So this is the kind of combination we're really hoping to see out of the PvE side of the game.
This poor last robot.
Yeah,
too,
he took it
so
all.
bad for him.
Just like a fire hose to the face. Okay, one more time.
Aren't fire hoses water?
It's a terrible analogy. I already said there's 365 degrees. I used the water hose analogy for the flamethrower. Okay, awesome. Now, another huge part of Overwatch 2 is all of the upgrades coming to the engine. I've seen some confusion. I see people keep calling it a new engine. It is a greatly upgraded version of the engine, but it is not a new engine. I think that's important to point out. There's a panel tomorrow where John LaFleur, who's our tech director, Arnold Sang, who's our assistant art director, and Bill Petrus, who is our art director, they're going to tell you all in depth about the upgraded hero visuals and the massive upgrades coming to the Overwatch 2 engine. But for now, we wanted to share with you guys some of the idea of why do we want to do upgrades to the hero visuals. Obviously, there's some part of it where it's a brand new game. We want it to have a new look. We want it to feel fresh and awesome, and you know, just really, really overwhelm you with how beautiful the game could be. But we also wanted to show some passage of time as well. Like, we were doing a lot of storytelling in this game, and we want to show the journey of the heroes. A good analogy that I like to use when talking about how and why we decided to upgrade the hero visuals is Batman. So, you know, Batman has existed really over the decades. There's been, you know, early comic book Batman from the original comic. There was the 60s live action TV show, Batman. There was the 80s, yeah, Adam West, yeah, it's awesome. There's the 80s Tim Burton movie, Batman. There was the Christopher Nolan Batman. But all of those versions of Batman was instantly recognizable. Every time you saw him, you'd never mistook him for another superhero. They were all iconic, but they were all different from one another. And that's been sort of our guiding vision for updating the hero look. So, like, we can take a look at Genji right now. There's classic Genji and Overwatch 2 Genji. And Overwatch 2 Genji, obviously there's a lot of visual upgrades that happened to him. But from a story perspective, you see that he's kind of at a different point in his journey as well, as you saw in 0 Hour. So here's a sneak peek. I don't think anybody's seen Torbjorn or Bastion's new looks yet.
Miraculously.
The internet was lazy this week and left these for Friday. I don't know why. It's so boring. But these are kind of cool. Like, you want to talk about Torb and Bastion a little bit?
Yeah, so I love it. So this kind of, this look that they have, it kind of pairs Torbjorn and Bastion up with each other. So Bastion is now, in the story, living with Torbjorn. So some of the upgrades that he's getting are from Torbjorn himself. And if you look, he's actually wearing one of Torbjorn's favorite hats. You know, needs to keep the sun out of his eyes
Yeah.
or the rain off his head or something like that.
Totally need that as a robot. Cool. So this is actually rendered in the Overwatch 2 engine. These are the actual character models. And, you know, obviously they all have the new looks here, but other things that's going on here is we have a completely new way of doing eyes in the game. We have a new way of rendering hair, skin. All of these things are focuses of our art team and our graphics engine team right now to just make the characters look amazing and beautiful. And when you play Overwatch 2, you'll see we spend a lot of time bringing the characters even closer to the camera because we're really proud at how they're looking right now.
Yeah, so much of Overwatch is just about the heroes. Like, we love the heroes in the world of Overwatch. I hope that all of you guys love the heroes in the world of Overwatch. And yes,
Thank
and
you.
we just want to be able to get up closer to them. We want you guys to be able to see them in more detail. And so we're putting all this time and energy into it. And with this new game, with Overwatch 2, we have a big story that we want to tell too. So the engine needs all these upgrades. The map that you guys can play on the show floor, Rio de Janeiro, it's twice the size of any map that we've ever made for the game. And the guts of the engine have just had to get upgraded in order for us to be able to deliver all of this story to you guys.
So the hero visuals and the map stuff, like Aaron's talking about, is not the only new changes to the game. We've also completely upgraded the HUD. So you're seeing that here. We're trying, the goal with the HUD is to get it out of your way. So you're not thinking about it. It's more something that you feel, and intuitively it gives you the information you need. Now, I know you are all going to be very opinionated about the HUD. The good news is we are still early in development, and every single hero in both the Rio demo and the Toronto demo has a new HUD. So you can give us feedback on all of them, and we have time to make tweaks and adjustments. This was done by an artist named Jason Kirby, who works on our team, who did the new HUD. One of the things I love the most is the new Mercy UI.
Yeah, I love it. You can see the Farah portrait down there. You see who she's healing with the health around it. You can also see there's new hit markers around the reticle. We have new edge of screen effects. We take this part of the game really, really serious. Overwatch PvP is all about split-second decisions, really fast reads, and the HUD gives you a lot of information. So like Jeff said, we are looking at this really carefully. If you guys have feedback on it, we'd love to hear it. We have time to make it better, and we're going to do everything we can to do that.
Yeah, and it's not just the HUD. Every screen of interface is updated in Overwatch 2. So your menus, how you browse the hero gallery, it's a completely brand new game with a completely new interface. And that's, I think, very important. I think a lot of us, have decided, there's certain things like player icons could use some help when finding the one you want. We're upgrading all of those elements. There's even things, some of you will notice this when you play Toronto, there's even a new announcer. And I'd be curious if you recognize who the voice is of that new announcer.
So mysterious.
Yeah, that's a big, big hint right there. So cool. Aaron, when we say Overwatch is all about one thing, what is always the answer?
Heroes.
Heroes. So Overwatch 2 will obviously come with brand new heroes. Now, what's important to us with the Overwatch 2 heroes is not only do they fit gameplay roles that are very important to the game right now, things that we feel that the game needs, but also that the hero's story is centered in the story of Overwatch 2. So Sojourn is coming to Overwatch 2. She's our first Canadian hero. Yeah, I should say second Canadian hero.
That's true.
Because the first is Arnold Sang, our assistant art director. And we love him dearly. But Sojourn will be the second one coming. Sojourn is right at the center of the story of Overwatch 2. So we hope you liked her in Storm Rising. You're going to get to spend a lot more time with her when it comes to Overwatch 2. And she is by far not the only character coming to Overwatch 2. There are few heroes that will all come at once. I don't know how many of you remember, but there was, way back in the beta, we added
oh boy,
Diva, Mei, and Genji all at the same time. and it was probably the most beautiful chaos I've ever seen in a video game. Well, maybe the Encourage gate opening. That was some good video game chaos. But Overwatch 2 is going to really add some mix-ups to the meta, introduce, we think, characters that you're going to love, characters that you've been waiting for. So something we're very, very excited for, new heroes coming to Overwatch 2. Now, I want to touch on this again. I mentioned opening ceremonies, and between opening ceremonies and the panel, I've been spending time reading people's reaction, and there seems like there's so much confusion about what does redefining a sequel mean. So I'm going to try to put it in a different way this time. Imagine we're coming up with a brand new game that we're dying to make, and it's called Overwatch 2, and we start to think of the feature list that we want. We want brand new heroes. We want all new PvP maps, like a whole roster, equivalent to what we did in the first game of PvP maps. We want to have story missions, hero missions. We're going to add progression. We're adding talents. We're upgrading the engine. We're adding new looks to all the characters. We're like, that sounds like an amazing sequel to us. Does it sound like one to you? Okay. Now, you all know what the video game industry does. And you are the most powerful people in the video game industry. It is not us. It is you. You have more of a say than anybody else. And how many times imagine your favorite game. It could, let's say it's a game that has, I don't know, Space Marine in it, that has PvP and PvE and has a story, and you want to play Space Marine number 3 because you've been playing Space Marine number 2, and the day that comes out, you lose all your stuff, and then your buddy, because his grandma didn't buy it for him for Christmas, is playing Space Marine 2, and you're playing Space Marine 3.
And you don't get to play together.
You don't get to play together. And all the stuff that I earned in Space Marine 2 doesn't come with me. We think that sucks. We don't think that should be rewarded by you, the most important people in the game industry. So we wanted to make it so that every one of the new PvP maps that's coming to Overwatch 2, every one of the new heroes that's coming to Overwatch 2, and new heroes beyond that will go to the players, our dedicated fans who have been with us for all these years from the original game. We think that's important. We also feel like it's important for all that hard work that you've done. The Baptiste vampire skin you all just earned last week. Do you want it to go away? No. We want it to come with us. So that's what we mean by redefining a sequel. I know there's a lot of confusion. I actually think it's really simple. The game is a big game. It is a true sequel in all of its features and everything it does. We just don't want to be jerks about all of our loyal players who might be wondering if they should get the game or not. That's the idea.
That's great.
So I know there's some unanswered questions. So I want to touch on this real quick. We never said, where are you going to play this game? No one ever asked. It's coming to, obviously, Battle.net on the PC platform, the Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One. So every single platform we support today will be supported for Overwatch 2. I totally didn't hear what you said at all. Also, I know the other big question is like, well, when do we get it? What's the date on this thing? I don't know. I have no idea. Like, just let us make it great. Like, that's what we care about more than anything. We don't have a date in mind. We are going to work so hard. Like, today is the most important day in Overwatch 2's development because I feel like to this point, it's been just our small team. And today's the day that we bring you, the big team, into it. And what do you want out of the game? You're going to all go, you're going to play the demo, you're going to post feedback, you're going to talk to us here today. We want to hear from you what needs to change, what features are we missing, what's going to be cool, what isn't cool. So I don't have a date.
No, and I mean, we love this game so much, and we just want you guys to love it too, the same way that we do.
So we're probably going to go dark after BlizzCon. I know there's going to be a million questions, and people are going to want to hear, okay, like reveal another hero or show me, like, have you ever wondered what Moira's new look might be? Yeah, it's amazing,
It's so
by the way.
good.
But, God, we're just jerks.
We are.
We're jerks right now.
That feels so good.
There's still some cool stuff coming. There's still some cool stuff. But we're going to be quiet. We are going to be quiet. We have a lot of work to do. The team is focused on Overwatch 2. That doesn't mean we are leaving the live service behind. There are still some cool updates coming. We want to add new stuff. Now, I want to get this out there right away. We are not adding a new Archives event to Archives this year because we are focused on Overwatch 2. We feel like that's the better storytelling experience. We are still going to run the Archives event. There will be new skins. There's going to be new cosmetic content. There are also other awesome features coming to the live game that we think you should be excited about. Coming very soon, you are going to get to select what you do when you are waiting for roll queue to kick in. So if you'd like to go to the training room, we're going to let you do that. If you would like to play a new deathmatch mode that we're adding just for waiting, you can play that. If you would like to go to custom game and or workshop and play whatever the hell you want, you can do that very soon. So there are lots of cool updates coming to the original game. But please bear with us while we focus on Overwatch 2. We want to make it amazing for all of you.
Yep.
Thank you all so much. We know how many cool things there are at BlizzCon for you to check out. The fact that so many people came here today to spend time with me and Aaron, it means the world to us.
Ron.
Ron. And please go play the demo. Go have fun and see our art panel tomorrow.
Thank you, BlizzCon.
Thank you.
Thank you for attending Overwatch What's Next. Coming up, World of Warcraft, What's Next?
Oh, it's good to see you again. Pull up a chair by the hearth.
think some of the characters, again, have a little more complicated histories. There's Reinhardt with what he dealt with in the past. I think a character like Mercy has a lot, that she went through, and seeing her show up again, those are stories that we're going to have to find out.
Especially, I think about the fact that McCree was not in that video, and like thinking about where he stands, especially after last BlizzCon where he brought out
Exactly.
Echo.
Yeah.
Where's he at?
Well, he's out there. He's obviously doing something. He met up with Echo en Route 66.
Yeah.
He has a very complicated story with Overwatch. Obviously, having come up through Blackwatch, his relationship with Gabriel Reyes, and how that all fell.
My guy.
How that all kind of fell apart. And without giving away too much, because I think that's a story that we're going to touch on.
Definitely.
I think that how McCree feels about this and how he is going to answer the recall is an interesting thing. And again, all these characters have different stories. We've been trying to put the pieces in motion, and now that we have an inciting incident, the attack of Null Sector, I think we're moving into that next chapter.
Right. It's incredibly intriguing to me how you guys have been able to build such a lore around a multiplayer-focused game in Overwatch. Now that we're moving to Overwatch 2, though, and we have story missions, what type of opportunities, storytelling-wise, does this game provide?
Yeah, so, if you've played an archive mission, you sort of know about what we can do, but in Overwatch 2, our story missions are going to have all sorts of more additional storytelling opportunities. You're really going to get into these characters and feel what they feel about the missions they're going on. We're using different sort of storytelling elements to be able to bring these stories to life. And we really want to tell an exciting story through every single channel that we have. And I think the most exciting thing for me and for everyone is that we have this channel now. Hero missions, getting to see the characters participate in these PvE battles.
Yeah.
And I think that it gives us a whole nother tool to just bring everything else that we've done together.
We'll also allow some of those people who don't know how to play different characters an opportunity to see how each one of them works on different kinds of maps.
That's right. True. They're going to have to learn.
Yeah. Well, talking about newer characters too, characters like Baptiste or characters like Sigma, are those also characters you're going to be exploring in the beginning of Overwatch 2? Is every character going to sort of see a storyline at this point?
So, we know we've got this big cast of characters, and we know that people have their favorites, their characters they want to know about, there's characters that they love to play, there's stories that they want to experience. And so we're very cognizant, right? We've got 31 heroes, we've got to figure out how to tell them all. And I think the balancing act for us is, I hate to say this, but it's like we probably can't service every single hero, but we are going to do our best to let you see all these characters.
Well, obviously, you guys really care about each of the heroes, and I'm sure too it's about sort of defining what sort of their alignment is. Figuring these guys are the four that you've sort of picked. The helm, the beginning of it, they're sort of I guess more lawful good characters.
And I think the thing is, the Overwatch universe is this story about different groups, and even more than that, it's a story about characters who come from these different generations of heroism. And so I think what we're really going to see in this new chapter of the story is how these different groups evolve. And I think obviously we're going to talk about how Overwatch feels about coming back, but I think there's this new generation of heroes, the Lucios, and we're going to see how they change Overwatch and what Overwatch means to them.
Yeah.
You guys are going to explore some of the new heroes that are coming into the game as well, on top of the new crop like Lucio.
Absolutely.
Like Sojourn, for instance. We got to see her, and that's somebody we've heard about her a lot in the lore, but this is the first time we're actually getting to see her. So we're going to get more of a focused vision of what she's about.
We are definitely going. I'm so excited. She's a character that I've been dying for us to be able to tell the story of. She is a critical member of the Overwatch team, all the way almost from when Overwatch was founded, and she has seen the history of the organization, and she has experienced the ups and downs, and her re-entry into the story is really an important moment in the story. And more than that, we just think she is an awesome character, and so we cannot wait to tell that story.
Can't wait to find out more about her. How do you guys, figure out how different factions like Blackwater and how Talon fit into this?
Again, we have been working all these years to tell this story that's a story about different groups. We've got Overwatch, we've got Blackwatch, we've got Talon, we've got Null Sector. And I think now what we're doing is, we're going to try and do our best to weave all these stories together.
You got a bit of a job, don't you? Just sort of put together a puzzle every single day?
And every time we add something new, it's we got a new piece of the puzzle to work with. But the great thing, as far as being able to tell stories, and the thing that's really exciting, is that we have this toolbox of characters, of themes, and of storylines, and we can go in there and we can grab the ones that really resonate with us and the ones that we're really excited about. And again, Overwatch 2, now we can finally tell that story.
Right. It was really cool seeing that trailer and seeing you guys base everything, all that action in Paris.
Yeah.
You know, it was a bit of a tearjerker too. Yeah, I saw you do that.
I had tears. Yeah.
It was so, but how do you guys choose and decipher which locations you're going to use for all these epic battles?
Yeah. So one of the interesting things is that we've always cared about in Overwatch. You know, one of our mission statements with Overwatch is we wanted to explore the breadth of the world of Earth.
Yeah.
We wanted to show all these diverse locations, all these diverse characters, and so we have we believe as a team that that's an important and fundamental part of Overwatch. And so when we're approaching Overwatch 2, we knew that if you're going to go on this globe-spanning adventure, you were going to have to go to all these different places. But we have an additional awesome kind of tool now, which is that we have a real story that we are trying to follow.
Right.
And so that actually helps us decide some of the locations. So we're going to get to see some really exciting places that have been sort of touched upon in the story, and we're just excited to finally bring them to life.
Well, after seeing like Blizzard tackle universes, you know, like in Azeroth and universe, you know, you have fantasy, you have sci-fi, and to be able to see everything here on planet Earth, it's actually really cool. Michael, thanks so much for stopping by and sharing more with us. I'm so glad that you finally get to share more of the Overwatch story with the world. You've worked so hard on it.
Yes.
And thank you
Yes.
from us as well
Yes.
for creating these amazing characters. Anyway, guys, let's send it over to Anna Prosser, who's standing at the gates of hell, otherwise known as the Diablo experience.
Friends, I am here with John Mueller, the art director for Diablo 4, which is a fantastically cool job. Tell the people at home what you do.
Basically, my job is to make sure that take things from concept to completion and make sure they come out the other end as dark and horrible as we want them to be.
Dark and horrible. You know, we are here in the Dark Gallery, so that's very appropriate. What is the Dark Gallery?
So the Dark Gallery, we have brought a piece of sanctuary right here to the Anaheim Convention Center. This is an amazing collection of artifacts made by our team and some help from our friends, and it's really something not to be missed.
I'm so excited to check it out. Things are already catching my eye. It's very difficult not to look back there. But if I'm just going to see one thing most important, what would it be?
Oh, it would have to be the Lilith painting by Brahm. It's the largest painting he's ever done. Brahm did the cover for Diablo 2, and we brought him back for Diablo 4.
Ooh, I can't wait. Thank you, John. I'm going to go check it out right now. John was right. These Brahm paintings are incredible. They just seem to glow, especially the Lilith one. She looks so lifelike and hauntingly beautiful. Here's the thing though, she's here in the flesh. I'm super starstruck, but let's see if we can grab a word. Lilith, you look gorgeous and terrifying, and I'm super intimidated, but would you strike a pose so we may adore you? Oh my gosh. Thank you, Your Majesty, Highness, Demon, Evilness. Let's calm down by a quick little photo booth sesh over here. Looks like I have a friend that I can pose with. Hi, oh my gosh, happy BlizzCon. I'm so excited to, what was that? The blood of the willing. I'm not actually so willing, so guys, that's gonna be all from me. Back to you.
BlizzCon 2019 is brought to you by T-Mobile. Their newest signal goes farther than ever, and it's built 5G ready. MSI, True Gaming. Intel, the official CPU partner of BlizzCon. Cisco, the official networking partner of BlizzCon. And by HyperX, we're all gamers.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the All Access Desk. Me and Michelle here. And you know what time it is? It's time for another social media update. Let's see what the fans on Twitter are saying about what they're seeing here at BlizzCon 2019. And Rhiannon says, the power of BlizzCon 2019 and social media, 15 years of friendship, first time meeting in real life. Even more excited for BlizzCon after this. That's pretty cool.
That's awesome. That's my favorite part about BlizzCon is being able to meet people that you have never met in real life and like reuniting with friends.
That's actually one of our field producers. You know that, right?
Was that a field producer?
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Oh my God.
Out there having fun.
We've got Karen at BlizzCon. Cashel says, happy BlizzCon, everyone. Today, let's celebrate our awesome community and the company that brought us all together.
I met Karen at BlizzCon like a few years ago. I met her. That's
you know
so
Karen?
Awesome. Yes, I know Karen. That's so awesome. That's so awesome right there. All right. At BlizzCon says, Dragon Symmetra out here at BlizzCon.
sick.
Come say hi if you see me. I love that
Great.
Symmetra skin right there. It's one of my
Same.
favorites right there. I love it.
Oh,
I
it's
love
a
it.
good one. Gosh, and the amount of craftsmanship that has to go into that's amazing. Overwatch League official account tweeting out, what a view.
Watching
Heart eye
all the
emoji.
people, all the people playing Overwatch 2.
That's super
lovely.
cool.
Всем снова здравствуйте, я к вам вернулся ради Варкрафта.
Welcome to World of Warcraft. What's next?
BlizzCon! Hello once again. It's been so long. All right. I love you all too. This is the best. Shadowlands. Like Diablo 4, we can finally say it out loud. And this is the time to tell you a bit more about where we're going and what is next in World of Warcraft. So, last time on World of Warcraft, this happened. The sky shattered, and we are left staring across the veil between life and death into a small piece of the Shadowlands. Well, what does that mean for us exactly? So, this panel is going to be a little bit different from some of the past expansion What's Next panels, because this isn't one of those expansions where it's like, okay, we are getting on a ship and sailing off to this new continent that's part of Azeroth that map makers have mysteriously ignored for the last 10 years. We are going to another plane of existence, effectively. We are going to the realm of death, to the afterlife. And so I need to also lay out some of the ground rules for how this whole place works. So bear with me, and then we'll put it all together at the end. There's a couple things where I'm going to gloss over some details because we have a deep dive panel tomorrow where a few of my colleagues are going to go much more in depth on some of the features and systems. Anyway, let's get going. So, for the lore nerds out in the crowd, you may recognize... You may recognize this, the Warcraft cosmology, which lays out the 6 primal forces that define the Warcraft universe. We have light and shadow, order and disorder, and yes, life and death. And so, where and what is the Shadowlands? It's right there. It's been right there in front of us this whole time, just on the edge of reality, separated from us by this veil that has shattered. And that's where we're going. So, to kick things off, let's talk about, some light topics, like what happens to us after we die. In Azeroth or other worlds of Warcraft, anyway. So, when death comes, a soul crosses between
Сейчас
life
вкратце
and
рассказывает о
death.
том, как это
Spirit
работает,
healer
как
makes that
смерть
determination,
работает
and
в
a winged
Варкрафте.
bearer comes to bring the soul into the Shadowlands. And souls come before a mysterious entity, an ancient entity, known only as the Arbiter.
Душа
The
предстает
Arbiter, since
перед
time immemorial,
арбитром.
has functioned in this capacity. And when that soul comes before her, in a fraction of a second, every one of the contents of that soul is laid bare before her. All the deeds, the misdeeds, the thoughts, the aspirations, the triumphs, and the failures are
Вся
felt,
суть
absorbed, and
души
understood by the Arbiter.
предстает перед
And the Arbiter
арбитром.
sends that soul off
Хорошие дела,
to
плохие
a
мысли и так
destination
далее.
realm, to one of the infinite realms of the Shadowlands, each one of which is ruled over by a powerful covenant, a ruling
И,
force
собственно,
within the
распределяются
Shadowlands.
души в определенную, в одну из
Also,
4
and this will matter more in a second, but each soul brings with
территорий,
it a powerful source of energy
которая,
known as anima.
собственно,
This is a
к этими
vital force that is
ковенантами
the product
и
of all of that soul's
возглавляется.
experiences, all that they have done in life. Great souls, whether for good or for evil, have a lot of anima, and ones who've lived smaller, more humble lives have less. But folks like Varian, Garrosh, certainly Arthas, the former Lich King, they had a ton. And anima is the mana. It is ironically, the lifeblood of the Shadowlands.
И,
In
видимо,
this
будет
land of death, it's the force that makes
новая
the trees here
энергия, которую мы
grow,
будем...
rivers
Новая
flow,
сила
it's the
артефактов,
source
которые мы
that's drawn
будем
upon to
собирать.
conduct the magic of death,
Анима.
and much more. And that's going to be essential to understanding this world. So as I mentioned, the Shadowlands has infinite realms, but our journey initially will focus on a few of them. We see Revendreth,
Орибус,
Ardenweald,
типа
Bastion,
Араборос,
and Maldraxxus
бесконечность.
as four major realms. Oribos, a city which stands in the center of it all, and this mysterious region known only as the Maw. Let's start talking about them. So first off, Bastion. Now for each of these zones, I'm going to start by showing a piece of our internal concept art that helped define the look and the feel of the zone, and then we'll see how that turned into reality within the game. So this piece, which I'm sure you're all seeing for the very first time ever as an exclusive part of BlizzCon, reflects our artist's early take on the splendor of Bastion. Bastion is ruled over by the Kyrian Covenant. Now, the Kyrian are the forebears of the Valkyr and the Spirit Healers and more. The Kyrian are ordered and purposeful, and the souls that
Bastion,
find their way here,
Кириан,
that are sent here by the Arbiter, are ones that had some natural
Целители
calling
душ,
in life
и
to service in
Валькирии.
one form or another. They
Они
don't come here
защищают
fully
души.
ready to assume their ascended role as a Kyrian. Souls come with burdens, and a lot of what goes on in Bastion is meditation, reflection, understanding self through combat and other
приходят
means
сюда для того,
to shed
чтобы
those burdens and be ready
осознать
to
себя,
ascend to an eternity of
медитировать
service
и так
in the
далее.
afterlife as a Valkyr or a Spirit Healer or one of a couple of other paths. An example of a soul that might be familiar to us who ended up in Bastion is Uther, the Lightbringer. And we will be encountering him,
Бастионе
among
встретим
others,
Утера.
in our journey through Bastion.
Чтобы сомневаться, мне кажется, лучше бы Фордлинга на самом деле
And
там
of course,
встретить.
if you haven't had a chance to check it out yet, Bastion is the zone that's playable here on the show floor today. So here is a look at some of the environments of
Хакер,
Bastion,
привет, пока что
glowing,
неизвестно. Про новые классы
resplendent,
ничего не сказали.
and very much distant from the dark and dreary images that might have been conjured up when you first heard the words Shadowlands.
Но пока что я вижу там
The land of death is not all darkness.
хексагоны
There's a
Нексуса.
distinction there. Next, a bit of a darker place, the zone of Maldraxxus. So Maldraxxus, as initially defined in this concept, is ruled over by the Necrolord Covenant, and it
Covenant
reflects the
Necrolord.
heart of the Shadowlands' military might. The souls here defend the Shadowlands from
военная
external
сила всех.
forces and wage war on the enemies of death. These
Shadowlands,
are the
короче.
forces that were called upon
Земель теней.
by the Lich King, by his servants Kel'Thuzad and others. And we've seen a piece of that. Now, while at a glance, okay, undead, rot, decay, this seems like, okay, these are all evil guys. That's not necessarily what Maldraxxus is about. While this power certainly can be
Хотят
used
показать,
for evil,
будут пытаться показать,
at its
что
core really is
разложение и
more
смерть
about
это не только
just
то, что
a relentless spirit,
Малдраксусе.
unyielding search and pursuit of
Про Диабло
power,
2 ремастер
strength
никаких
inward
новостей.
and outward.
Вообще ничего не
And an
сказали.
example of a soul that ended up in Maldraxxus is actually the warlord Draka, mother of Thrall,
В Малдраксусе
who,
мы встретим Драку,
while
которая
certainly
мать
not an evil, wicked
Тhrall.
soul, was one who would never kneel, never bow before another. And she has actually ascended to a position of some prominence within Maldraxxus, as
Подождите,
we
а
will
Драка у
discover
нас
when we journey there.
умерла.
Let's take a look at how this is coming together. Now, if you think of Legion as the old Burning Crusade look and feel dialed up to 11,
У нас
Maldraxxus
Драка
is very
умерла
much
ведь в
Eastern
Азероте уже
Plaguelands,
или
the
нет?
Scourge, and more, taken to the nth degree. This is the source of that power, and much more. Next, Ardenweald. Ardenweald is an enchanted fairy forest, and that was what we were setting out to create, and this concept
это вот
by
я
our
не
environment
совсем
team really
понимаю.
helped define that look and the general vibe that we were going for. Now, Ardenweald is ruled over by the Night Fae, and we are familiar with the Emerald Dream, those of you who are druids, maybe more so than most. And if we think of the Emerald Dream as a reflection of the spring and the summer, part of nature's cycle, Ardenweald reflects autumn and winter. It's a place of rest, yes, of death, but also of preparation for eventual rebirth. Because the journey into the Shadowlands isn't necessarily a one-way journey. And spirits of nature are the ones who are called powerfully to Ardenweald, and most of them come here to rest and to prepare to serve the wilds once more. An example of a powerful, well-known soul who ended up in Ardenweald is actually the demigod Cenarius. When he fell before the axes of Grommash Hellscream and his band of fel-infused orcs, his soul passed into Ardenweald, where he rested and recovered and returned to serve the wilds in a time of need during the events of the Cataclysm. So here's a look at how that general, those concepts have been translated into in-world environments. As you look up in Ardenweald, you're looking at the underside of canopies of magical ancient trees that almost look like staring up at the night sky. But there are also some parts of Ardenweald that aren't faring quite as well, that also reflect some sorts of powers that we may have seen recently, especially for those of you who are playing Alliance in Battle for Azeroth, because Ardenweald is also deeply connected to the Drust, who come from the Land of Death. Fourth up, Revendreth. Revendreth is awesome. It's basically just a creepy Gothic zone, miasma, soaring castles, villages in their shadow, and terrors and horrors lurking around every corner.
Да, я уже я
is
просто
ruled over by
перепроверил,
the
Драка
Venthyr.
умерла уже
This
в
is
Азероте.
our fourth major covenant. And Revendreth, unlike the other realms, maybe isn't the place that you would want to go or hope to go as a soul passing into the Shadowlands. The souls that the Arbiter has sent to Revendreth over the years tend to be the ones that have some flaw, whether it's pride or some other problem that's kind of blocking them, that's hindering their ability to serve the Shadowlands in one of the other known paths. And they come to Revendreth to atone, to do penance for their misdeeds, and potentially to be redeemed, and to move on to one of the other realms, or perhaps not. Revendreth is not a particularly fun place to be, but it's an essential part of the engine of death that is the Shadowlands. An example of a soul that came here, and whom we will encounter in our journeys, is none other than Kael'thas Sunstrider.
О, боже мой, понятно. Фан-сервисы добавим? Добавим еще больше фан-сервиса.
Who, after a
Или
setback
Дана
or two,
воскресили, теперь у
found
нас
his way
Кельтас в третий
to
раз.
this dark land. So here we see, just sort of a look at the landscape, the silhouette of the spires that define the environment. This is one of my favorite zones. I can't wait to explore it. I can't wait for all of you to check it out.
Просто
There are also
как бы
parts of
объяснить.
Revendreth where the light has actually broken through the clouds
Когда ты
and seared
попадаешь
here,
в Shadowlands, ты
and
ожидаешь
some are actually caged up
что-то
here because exposure to the
нечеловеческое.
light does
Как бы
horrible, horrible
понятно, но
things
это совершенно
to many of the
другая
souls of this
реальность,
land.
другой план реальности, другое
Okay,
измерение.
so I've used the word covenant a whole lot.
Зачем
What
там,
is a covenant?
блять,
So a
вот эти
covenant
вот вампирская трансильванская
the ruling
стилистика?
power of the
Неужели
Shadowlands.
какой-то
There are four major
импотенция
ones
просто
we're going to be
творческая?
encountering.
У нас уже
Tyrians
есть
and Bastion, the
готическая
Necrolords and Maldraxxus, the Night Fae of Ardenweald, and the Venthyr of Revendreth,
у
as
Воркинов.
described. Covenants are also really
Готическо-викторианская.
the number one major feature of
К чему вот эти вот
Shadowlands.
человеческие
In Battle
постройки?
for Azeroth, we had a few different smaller features. We had islands, we had the Heart of Azeroth, we had warfronts. Covenants are more like a garrison or an artifact in the sense of being what we call internally a build-around feature. They're integrated into every aspect of the game, and they're an essential part of your
Короче,
journey, your
Ковенант — это у нас
progression,
новое
your
сердце
power,
Азерота.
and more. Each of these covenants, as you encounter them in your journeys, will seek your aid, because you are a powerful, mighty hero who comes with some unique abilities, seeing as you actually are tethered to the land of the living, and you are coming alive from Azeroth, which we'll get to in a second. And of course, in exchange for this, each one of them offers access to their power and a variety of rewards. And so each of you will have to make a fateful choice. Which covenant will you join? Let's take a look at what that will mean for you. So a covenant entails multiple things. First off, each covenant has its own large narrative endgame arc.
Это
So in
значит, что
Battle for
придется
Azeroth,
как минимум
we had the
качать
Horde
4
War campaign and the
персонажей
Alliance War
для
campaign.
каждого, отдельно для
In
каждого
Shadowlands, we have
ковенанта.
4 of those. Each one opens up at max level, depending on your choice, and will lead you through the world in different ways as you unravel the mysteries of the Shadowlands, but do so in pursuit of your Covenant's goals and working to empower them and thus yourself. Each Covenant also brings with it 2 active abilities. One of these is class-specific. It's a combat ability that will change your moment-to-moment gameplay. The other one is a universal ability that all members of that Covenant will share. And if you check out the demo here today for Bastion, you can see the Kyrian abilities for any given class and mess around with them. Next, Covenants bring with them an endgame progression system. There's a ritual known as soul binding, where as a member of a Covenant, you can bond your soul to a powerful denizen of the Shadowlands, enhancing your abilities, unlocking new ones, and having a ton of customization there. At a glance, I know this sounds like, okay, this is the artifact system, this is the Heart of Azeroth for this expansion. In some ways, it builds upon lessons learned from both of those. First and foremost, there is no artifact power to grind. This is not a...
Вы не будете гриндить силу артефактов, но будет репутация, естественно.
Honestly, like that was an essential starting point for us when designing the system. I think one of the lessons we learned from Legion onwards is there is something great about having endgame goals and customization and things to work towards, and to not just have the things that modify your character come to a screeching halt when you hit max level. The flip side is, despite systems of diminishing returns and the other things we had in place in Legion and BFA, there's no question that there are social pressures. There are things that make it feel bad to play alts, where if you're not doing X amount of things every week, you feel like you're falling behind. You're letting your team down, or you're letting your own characters down. We want to have a world where you can have goals to work towards, customization, differentiation, without the grind. More details on this to come. We're going to be talking more about Covenants in our deep dive panel tomorrow, but that's an essential piece of this. And of course, alongside the power, there's also a wide array of cosmetic rewards that each Covenant has. You saw some of the armor sets in the expansion trailer, and there's a whole lot more beyond that. Each Covenant also has a home base, effectively, a sanctum. This is a cross in some ways between the Legion class hall, but also the general feeling that you might have had back in Legion playing through Suramar and restoring Shalaran and building it up from this dingy, dusty, dark hole in the ground into a base with a teleportation network and allies that you'd recruited. And as you work to restore your Covenant's power, you will benefit from that, but you'll also be making choices along the way. Let's take a look at some of these rewards. So, if you join the Kyrian, let's say you're a warrior, this might be the plate set of armor that you can earn, a mount that you can earn, the active ability that all Kyrian warriors will have, Spear of Bastion. If you joined the Venthyr or you joined the Night Fae, you would have a different ability there. And Unburden, a utility movement ability that all members of the Kyrian Covenant will have. With Covenant rewards, we're also looking at exploring some new cosmetic options. Recently we've seen a couple of fun cloak replacements in the form of a backpack or totems on the Tauren Heritage armor. We want to do more with that, to really change your silhouette. So, different Covenants... So yeah, each Covenant will offer a set of cloak replacements or back attachments. So whether you want, a halo or a pair of wings, or depending on the different Covenants that you're joining, a different aesthetic entirely, you can pick the one that best suits you. Okay, so Covenants. Taking a step back, let's get back to the world for a moment. So I mentioned the 4 zones, each of which has a Covenant, and at the center of it all rests Oribos. Oribos is a city that, again, predates memory. It is of an unknown construction, and it is the home of the Arbiter, this powerful, mysterious being that really fuels the machine that is the Shadowlands. And that has drawn to it, over the millennia, all manner of beings across the Shadowlands, and even some from other dimensions. Brokers and soul traders come here to wheel and deal. The politics of this entire dimension center on this bustling city at the heart of the Shadowlands. And this will also serve as our sanctuary city, our main player hub in our adventures through the Shadowlands. Khadgar wanted to bring Dalaran through, but we figured There was already a city there. Not needed. Last zone. This mysterious place known as the Maw. So, to our knowledge anyway, there is no covenant. But our knowledge is very, very limited about this place. You see, the Maw is a swirling vortex of darkness, almost like a black hole. And precious few souls over the eons, the Arbiter would send directly into the Maw. Those were seen as the most tainted, the most irredeemable, the darkest, most dangerous souls that were consigned to the Maw as much for their own potential punishment as to protect the Shadowlands from what they could otherwise bring with them. Thus, the Maw is a mystery to even the natives of the Shadowlands, even the ancient ones. It's known to have, through whispers, a ruler known only as the Jailer, but the Jailer is almost like the boogeyman of the Shadowlands, right? It's the whispered figure of children's tales that, oh, the big bad Jailer is going to get you locked away in the Maw. But basically, nothing is known because nothing has ever escaped the Maw. Journeying into the Maw is one way. Of course, we're going to have to go there, otherwise I wouldn't be telling you this. But that's how it's going to work. Okay, so what I just described is how the machinery of death has functioned throughout World of Warcraft's history, throughout the universe's history. But that's not how it's working right now. Death itself is broken. Instead of coming before the Arbiter and filtering out to all the realms of the Shadowlands, all souls that have shuffled off this mortal coil in recent years have been pulled inexorably directly into the Maw, strengthening it, causing it to grow, to swell like a tremendous maelstrom. That also means that the other realms of the Shadowlands are starved of this essential force, anima, that souls bring with them. There's a drought afflicting the entire Shadowlands. The Shadowlands are withering as the Maw grows. Now, what is Sylvanas' role in all of this, you may wonder? Because she, after all, is the one who set these events in motion. And I know Sylvanas has been an enigma to many for a long time. She, at times, can be an inspiring figure, but then at other times, especially recently, it has seemed like her actions were calculated to cause the maximum...
Боже мой, сейчас будут, конечно,
All right.
Сейчас будут показывать о том, какая Сильвана ужасная.
So yeah, slightly contentious issues here. At times recently, it seemed like her actions were calculated to cause the maximum amount of death possible. What if they were? And who is this mysterious figure that we saw briefly a glimpse of in the expansion trailer earlier today? It's not Arthas. Arthas is dead. I'm sorry. But this is the mysterious Jailer inside the Maw. And this is not Sylvanas' master. She doesn't have a master. She is above that. She is beyond that. But this is a power with whom she is in league. They are partners with a common end that we will discover in time. And many have wondered, how has Sylvanas grown so powerful in recent years? How did she go from a mighty Dark Ranger, but one who had to flee the Lich King back in Wrath of the Lich King when you confronted them in the dungeon, to one who could stand up, smite Saurfang, and face off against Bolvar? It's because through her allegiance to one of these Lords of Death, as the power of death has been growing, as the power of the Maw and the Jailer have been growing, so too have her own powers. And that is a taste of the power that she's drawn upon, and that's part of what awaits us. Okay, now putting this all together. So, expansion launches. Just before the expansion launches, we have, pre-patch events as we enjoy having to get people up to speed, get you caught up, maybe help leveling some alts here and there. This time around, as we've said, and as we've been told by Taranis, the Helm of Domination worn by the Lich King was essential to keep the undead of Azeroth in check, to keep them under control. Well, without it, what are they doing? They're rampaging across the world. And so there's sort of a Scourge Invasion 2.0 that we're cooking up that will set the stage for the journey that awaits us. So in the weeks leading up to Shadowlands, as the heroes of Azeroth fight to defend their homes and families and friends from the rampaging undead, they will also muster their forces to make for Icecrown and try to attack the source of this evil where it began. A key leader in this is actually going to be Bolvar himself. He did not die, he was defeated. But he actually offers us some unique insight into this situation. Because he actually, more than any other being, has one foot in each realm and understands them both. When he was seared by the dragon fire of Alexstrasza, he was infused with the power and the energy of life. That's what was able to allow him to keep the powers of the undead at bay as he wore this helm. But having worn the helm, he has seen into the other world and understands what awaits us. And he and his Death Knights can also help us cross over into that world to understand what's going on there and to have a chance at saving our own. And so we will make for Icecrown, we will cross over, and we will end up in the Maw, because that's where everything that goes into the Shadowlands is going. And our journey ends there. It's a really short expansion. Obviously not. So we, heroes of Azeroth, with a unique bond to the world soul of Azeroth herself, find ourselves uniquely able to escape the Maw. Not all who come with us will be able to escape. Some of our friends and great champions of Azeroth will be trapped behind, but we escape and we move on to Oribos, where we begin to learn about the nature of this new world and set out to level up through 4 zones in order: Bastion, Maldraxxus, Ardenweald, and Revendreth. So unlike the last couple of expansions, we want to get back to having a strong narrative arc that can span multiple zones. And so all people entering the Shadowlands will go on this journey. As you do this, you're going to work with each zone's powers, with each zone's covenant. As you earn their trust initially, they'll let you borrow their powers, so you can actually play with the active abilities that you'll have down the line. You get a sense of what your covenant's ethos is, their aesthetic, and all this is as you're learning about the world, as you are trying to understand the foes that face you and defeat them, you're also getting prepared for a fateful choice. Which covenant do you want to join? Because that's the big choice that awaits you at max level. One of them. Exactly. You will choose one of them. And after joining that covenant, you have its powers permanently, your covenant campaign begins, and you move into the endgame. Now, that's how it's going to go your first time through. But what about alts, you may ask? So one of the big things that we got out of non-linear leveling in Legion and BFA was flexibility when you're leveling your alts. You can have a different journey on one character versus another. But what we lost was the ability to tell a single, strong narrative story. We want to get the best of both worlds this time around. And so on your alts, once you have one character that's made it through this journey a single time, we want to say, well, we know, breaking the fourth wall for a second, that you as a player, you understand how the world works. We don't need to teach you how covenants work. We don't need to teach you about the Shadowlands. So let's just let you pick a covenant right away, if that's what you want to do. And so you'll have access to their powers permanently, and on an alt, you can level up through any of the zones in any order that you want. You can do the narrative campaign, if that's what you want to do, or you could go to Revendreth first, or you could spam dungeons, or battlegrounds, or whatever. Endgame systems like world quests will also be available. Ultimately, it's about giving the maximum number of options. And finally, you're welcome. And finally, I think one of the questions we ask ourselves is like, well, obviously, one of the things we see with people playing alts is there's a sense of wanting to rush through to get to the end game as quickly as possible. And why is that? And it's not just a WoW issue, it's something that happens in many other games too. A lot of the time, once you've been to endgame, you realize that a lot of things before then don't matter. And so why spend your time on things that don't matter when you should rush and get to the things that do? Well, why does it have to be that way? What if you could begin progressing on your various endgame systems, unlocking powers with your soul binds and more as you're leveling up? So of course you're still, getting your levels, progressing through that story, getting your character stronger, but the progression that you earn will matter at endgame, and you'll be meaningfully ahead of where you were when you first hit max level on your first character. Okay, so back to our max level experience. So we've seen a glimpse of the mall when we first arrived in the Shadowlands, and then we'll probably visit it a couple more times over the course of level up, learning a little bit more about it since we have this unique power to go in and out. But at max level, what is the mall? So the mall is terrible. It's a fearsome, terrifying place. But we've been to those before. We go to those all the time, right? Like we literally, not too long ago, we were fighting on the homeworld of the Burning Legion in the shadow of their great fortress. And coincidentally, we always manage to find a friendly innkeeper who will sell us water and let us bind our hearthstones. Doesn't matter how evil the place is, there's always that guy with the hearthstone. Not here. We really set out in the maw, in the outdoor space, to build an environment that matches the fantasy of the space. Where when you go in here, you'll have to have your wits about you, because it's a place that wants to kill you at every corner. There are definitely some lessons drawn from revisiting classic spawning and things along those lines. And it's a chance for us to explore some new types of outdoor world gameplay. We're going to have a lot more to say about this at our deep dive panel tomorrow, but I just wanted to tee it up. This is a place that you'll be going to only at max level, and you'll be delving in here to uncover the mysteries of Sylvanas, the Jailer, and much more. At the center of the maw is this mysterious place called Torghast, Tower of the Damned. Yes, this is the tower that you saw sticking out of the sky above Icecrown Citadel. What does that mean in gameplay terms? I would call this our second major feature after Covenants. Because Torghast is a bit different from anything we've seen before. What Torghast is effectively an endless dungeon. It's ever-changing and defies the laws of reality in a lot of ways. Crafting Torghast, we looked for inspiration to a lot of our favorite roguelike games. And what does that mean? It means an environment that changes each time you come there. When we create this experience, we want it to be one that you can enter solo or with friends. If you want a sense of endgame progression that is meaningful and challenging, that doesn't require bringing a group with you, Torghast is there for you. Of course, if you want to bring your friends with you, don't say no, you can do that too. As you ascend the tower on visits that will change from run to run, from visit to visit, you can earn permanent upgrades that you can take out with you, but also, on the course of your visit, you'll be able to absorb powerful concentrations of anima that massively change and enhance your powers. This is one of the other really fun parts of roguelike gameplay. It allows us to offer huge upgrades, transformative things that make each visit different from the next. You can play to your strength, shore up your weaknesses, and much more. This is the thing we're going to talk a lot more about tomorrow, just teeing it up here. But just a random example of a choice that you may be faced with early on in your journey into Torghast. Let's say you're playing a shaman. You get a source of upgrades. You want some, passive damage and healing, which of course everyone wants, or a permanent transformative upgrade to one of your abilities that will last throughout the rest of your journey. A different journey might offer different options and different upgrades. None is going to be quite like the others. The interior of Torghast definitely calls upon the architecture that we saw in Icecrown Citadel and elsewhere, though as you ascend to the higher reaches of the tower, who knows what you're going to find. In addition to Torghast, we have 8 dungeons on offer, 4 for level up, 1 in each zone. Each of these dungeons, of course, comes with the normal modes, Heroic, Mythic, Mythic Plus, with all new affixes coming for each season in Shadowlands, and 4 max level dungeons. One of my favorites I want to call out here is this dungeon called The Other Side, or The Other Side in Ardenweald, which is a pocket dimension, home to none other than everyone's favorite Loa, Wansambi. So he's been quite the trickster, and we've never really known exactly whose side he's on or what he's up to, who he serves. And this is going to give us a chance to explore that. It's a great opportunity to revisit one of our favorite characters coming out of Battle for Azeroth, and of course, he is rooted in the Shadowlands. We also have a 10-boss raid at launch called Castle Nathria. This was a super fun project for our dungeon team and our encounter designers. Like, the ask was literally just build Dracula's castle, make it a raid. It's kind of writes itself. It's going to be pretty awesome. Here's an early layout as we're starting to figure out how it's going to flow. You'll come in the main front door of the castle for once you're not coming in through the sewer. And it's a winged raid, so you'll have a choice of descending into the catacombs or exploring the royal quarters, each of which have 3 more bosses. Once you've cleared both of those wings, the upper reaches of the castle will become available as you ascend to the upper spire to face the lord of the castle himself. Okay, so talked a lot about content. Let's talk a little bit about systems. Again, I'm going to touch on some things briefly here that we're going to get into greater detail about tomorrow with the deep dive. But first off, as we've thought about all of these things, our core philosophy, a central pillar, has been we want to increase player agency. We want to give all of you a feeling of more control over your destiny, whether that's in how you play your class, whether that's in how you chase the rewards that you want. We've heard a lot of your feedback. We've been hearing this for a while, and it hasn't fallen on deaf ears, I promise. I want to give a few examples of how this philosophy is influencing some of our decisions, and we'll have many more to follow. Big expansion systems and the nuances of how loot works, these are things we're going to keep iterating on over the course of development, so I don't have a fully fleshed out answer to provide right now, but I want to give you a direction of how we're thinking. So, one simple example first. Professions. So, right now, if you are a leatherworker or a blacksmith or a tailor and you want to make a pair of legs for yourself to wear using raid materials, you probably have a couple of stats in mind. Let's say you want crit haste pants. And so you're crafting, and whoops, you got mastery versatility pants. And you craft and craft and salvage and craft until you get the ones you want. Why does it have to be that way? What if you could take a crit gem and a haste gem and add them as optional materials to your craft and be guaranteed to get a crafted item with the secondary stats you want? So, it's a small example. I realize that's not, fixing professions, but we also do very much want to make the armor crafting professions relevant in a deeper way at endgame. The weekly loot chest. Okay, is there any more hated example of RNG in World of Warcraft today? Right, you've done your Mythic Keystone, you filled your Conquest bar, you go to open this chest, and you're pulling from a loot table that has like 100+ items and hoping that you get the item that you want in the slot that you want with the stats that you want, and hopefully it's sockets and Warforges or even Titan Forges, and then maybe you can wear it. And most of the time, after the first few weeks of a season, you're probably walking away disappointed. And that sucks. Because the point of that is to be a major reward moment. It's a payoff for something that you did in the past week. And because of randomness, that's falling short. And it's an example of randomness gone too far. Randomness can be healthy, but there are places where it really is excessive. We're looking at pulling that back where possible. So what if instead of the loot chest, there was some other device, some contraption that measured the things that you'd done, that had some sense of how many dungeons you'd done, of what difficulty or what your PvP rating was, or what bosses you'd bonus rolled. And it could instead materialize or create one of a list of items. And instead of clicking the chest and it spitting out a random item, you saw 5 or 6 options to choose among. And you could pick the one that you wanted most. And so that's the kind of thing we're aiming for, with also some universally relevant fallback option if you don't like any of those items, so that you always at least feel like you made some progress towards some goal instead of walking away disappointed. Legendaries. So, okay, here's the thing. Legion Legendaries were super fun. They were exciting items that transformed your gameplay. 99% of the complaints that we heard about Legion Legendaries were in how they were obtained. Having the Power Blast Bracers was awesome. It made you play differently as a Fire Mage, and it was strong. Having Prydaz, when the other Fire Mage in your raid group had the Power Blast Bracers, and having nothing you could do to change that, did not feel awesome. So, we want to bring Legendaries back in Shadowlands, but rather than have them be randomly obtained, We want them to be something that you can work towards actually crafting through your work in Torghast. You're earning access to legendary powers and then building the legendary that suits your gameplay style, working towards that goal. And once you accomplish it, picking the next goal you want to work towards and doing so. Last, classes. So this is a little bit different from agency in other ways, but we've moved in the last few years pretty heavily away from broad class identity to a point where an arcane mage and a fire mage may have more that sets them apart than they have in common. And when you all picked the character you wanted to make, whether it was a week ago or 15 years ago, you chose to be a hunter or a rogue or a priest for some specific reason, not a marks hunter or a subtlety rogue or a discipline priest. And increasingly, that's been overly compartmentalized in ways that have restricted your ability to play the class in the way you might want to play the class. So we're going to talk about this a lot tomorrow at our deep dive panel. And this means, in some cases, taking abilities that have become spec-specific and bringing them back to being class-wide. In other cases, it means returning abilities that were taken away altogether. And so, talking about this, so sharing this at length tomorrow at our deep dive panel will be my colleague, Brian Halinka, or as I like to call him, Halinka the Unpruner. Okay. I'm going to go kind of quickly since too much time left, but leveling. So you may notice that I've said max level a whole bunch of times in this presentation. I haven't said a number. And some of you who've made it to our demo may have noticed, what the heck, I'm level 50. You're level 50. So existing 120 characters are 50, everything scaled smoothly in between, and you will level from 50 to 60 in the Shadowlands. Why are we doing this? Why these numbers? Ultimately, it's about making the experience better paced. We have hundreds of hours of content that we've built in the game over the last 15 years. We don't want it to take hundreds of hours to get to max level. We want to speed up the rate at which you level to get into endgame and give you more freedom and options in how you do that. But if you're getting a level literally every 10 minutes along the way, that starts to feel a bit silly. So this number allows us to better match the content that we have that should be experienced on the way to max level, and also get back to a place where every level, every time you fill that bar, gives you something, because this is an RPG, and that's what levels should do. So we also have a brand new player zone to show off some of the best of modern World of Warcraft to new players. And on your alts, we want to give you the option to play through the storyline of any single expansion in its entirety to get you from 1 to 50. If you want to play through Pandaria, play through the whole thing, and then go to Shadowlands. Okay, a different type of agency of self-expression. I want to talk a little bit about visual character customization, character appearances. Right? Like, everyone here, you have this powerful connection to your WoW character. I've seen people spend way too long messing with hairstyles, picking the exact look, the exact facial expression, because that's your avatar in the game. That's your connection to the world. We always want to do better there. We always want to increase the fidelity. We want to give more options. And so in recent expansions, we've done things like add allied races or improve the combat animations. This time around, our focus is on improving the customization that's available to the original World of Warcraft races. Now, what I want to share with you, I'm going to share with you a few examples of our work in progress from a few WoW races, but the idea here is just to give more options than ever before so that you can actually look and feel like you want to feel and different from the others around you who play the exact same race. So let's take a look at some of what's in store. Trolls. So for trolls, we want to give you options for different skin colors, hairstyles, tusk shapes, piercings, body paint, tattoos, and also amazing things like the ability to set your eye color different from the look of your face, because I don't know, it's 2020, the technology is finally there. What can I say? Dwarves. So similarly, if you want some, you want that wild hammer look, go for it. Different skin colors, hair colors, and more. Maybe you play an undead, a Forsaken. And you don't want all of your bony parts sticking out of your flesh. Or maybe you do. Up to you. And last but certainly not least in my examples, humans. Perhaps you play a human in World of Warcraft and wish that you could play a character that looks and feels a little bit more like you. We agree. So this is the tip of the iceberg. We have many more examples to come, and this is something really that's an endless process of improvement for us, but this is a first step. Finally, one more small thing. I mentioned earlier that Bolvar and his Death Knights are very important to this battle that awaits us, and so what better time to bolster the ranks of Death Knights than now? So in Shadowlands, everyone can be a Death Knight. Pandaren, Kultiran, Zandalari, Mechanome, Volpera, go nuts. All right, that's all I got for now. Thank you so much for joining me on this whirlwind tour of Shadowlands. Lots more information tomorrow. So, right here tomorrow, we'll have our deep dive panel at 11, just before noon, and then Q&A and developers' tales later in the day. Enjoy BlizzCon. Have a wonderful weekend. I love you all.
Thank you for attending World of Warcraft. What's next? Coming up, Hearthstone. What's next?
Я вас покину. Это просто на самом... Боже мой. На самом деле, я вам скажу, это... О, боже мой, простите меня, но появление азиатов... О, Крамнель, ты еще тут? Лискарушка, привет, я, к сожалению, уже ухожу, потому что я уже долго сижу. Я просто оставлю стрим, потому что там потом еще будет Харстоун, для тех, кто еще доживет до него. Криминель, фишка в чем? Вот честно я скажу, с точки зрения лора, вот просто с точки зрения лора и того, что вот мы сегодня весь вечер обсуждаем с ребятами в чатиках, лоровых и как бы связанных с Варкрафтом, кто давно играет, там с классики, с БК. Сейчас я сделаю чуть-чуть потише, но потом сделаю обратно. Для нас мы хз, что сделала Сильвана. Понимаете? Вот реально, мы хз, что сделала Сильвана. Потому что фишка в чем? Я просто объясняю фишку. Шлем короля Лича был надет изначально на Нерзуле, на орке, шамане из Дренора, который за пределье. А шлем, меч и доспехи создал Килджеден, который как бы дреней и один из генералов Пылающего легиона. Просто объясняю ситуацию. В Дреноре Нерзул обманул Килджедена, за что Килджеден его наказал, полностью испепелил его тело, его дух вложил вот как раз в меч, доспехи и шлем и швырнул через пустоверть. Пустоверть в Варкрафте — это космос. Через пустоверть зашвырнул Нерзула на Азерот. Каким образом доспех стал якорем между миром мертвых и миром живых в Варкрафте, я хз. И кроме того, каким образом Килджеден знал дизайн вещей из темного мира для того, чтобы сделать корону в стиле дизайна темного мира. Элискар, поверь, это не важно, потому что даже люди, которые шарят, тоже ни черта не понимают. Крамнель, в том-то и дело, что люди, которые занимаются лором Warcraft, они тоже, как бы, которые прям занимаются, которые фанаты именно лора, они тоже сидят сейчас и не понимают. Потому что по факту произошло что? Мы просто делаем игру, потому что, ну, надо добавить что-нибудь прикольненькое. Поэтому я пойду плакать, расстроенный. Я не знаю, буду ли я дальше играть в WoW. Просто когда они выпустили БФА, у меня прям было дикое желание играть в WoW. А сейчас то, что я вижу, у меня отпадает всякое желание, потому что... Смотрел и даже лайкал. тебе чем Диабло? Меня наоборот, Диабло 4 очень мне понравился. Диабло 4 мне прям понравился. Прям очень, вот в отличие от Варкрафта, в Диабло 4 я бы сыграл. Или скажешь-ка нет, по-моему, то ли первую, то ли вторую я смотрел. Я все 4 не осилил. Я просто очень много бегаю. Скажешь, я тоже соскучился. Я даже планирую в декабре выбрать недельку и играть, учитывая, что теперь Warcraft меня отвернула, и выбрать недельку и поиграть в Паладинцев целую недельку, ну, или хотя бы дня 3. Ну, Кармануэльчик, что поделать? Нужно обновляться. С этим ничего не поделаешь. Тут только... С Овером 2, я вам скажу, мы сколько вот сейчас не сидели с Виктором, мы с Виктором просто сидели, смотрели трансляцию по Оверу 2, и он настолько, Каплан такой мутень, настолько он запутанно все это рассказывает про Овер 2, что до сих пор непонятно, потому что он как бы там, потому что он говорит, что из Овера, что Овер и Овер 2 будут между собой кросс играться, но при этом все следующие персонажи, там скины и все прочее, оно будет делаться только для Овера 2, и все из Овера 1 будет в Овер 2 переноситься. При этом так до сих пор непонятно, что из себя вообще в плане технически представляет Овер 2. То есть будет ли это полноценно отдельной игрой, отдельным клиентом, или это будет в стиле DLC, или что, и надо ли покупать, простите меня, Овер 2, или его бесплатно подарят тем, кто там давно имеет Овер 1, потому что, простите меня, мы с Виктором покупали Overwatch за full прайс, изначальный full прайс, причем, если Виктор покупал просто Overwatch обычную версию, у меня full прайс за там расширенную версию с дополнительными скинчиками, и как бы, и ты такой, и чё? Давай, Элис, корошка, пили. В Шарагу надо. Надо идти учиться. Серьезно, вы посмотрите, пустой зал. Вы вспомните, когда такое было в Overwatch? В этом, На Близконе. Лично про себя скажу, мне новый дизайн мне не особо понравился.
Welcome to Hearthstone. What's next?
Ладно, ребятушки, всем доброй ночи. Я тоже на ХС, я уже не остаюсь. Я не в силах. Удачи вам досмотреть, дожить. И верните бана Брауда.
Hello, and welcome to the Hearthstone What's Next panel. I'm Liv Breeden, and I will
Что
be
у
your
нее
evil
с
host
голосом?
as we go on a journey and recount and revel in the victories that the League of Evil has achieved thus far. We kicked off the year with Rise of Shadows. 5 of Azeroth's most notorious villains banded together to form the League of Evil. We descended upon the city of Dalaran, the city of Archmages, and we took it from them like candy from a baby. Khadgar lives up to his reputation and loses the city almost immediately. Rejoice, evil friends and lackeys alike, for we had completed the first step in our master plan. With our newly acquired flying city, we went to the Sands of Uldum to enact the second step in our master plan, where we unleashed the ancient plagues upon the world. Hey, what's up?
Hey, sorry I'm late. What did I miss?
So I was just reminding everyone how awesome the League of Evil is, and I had just gotten to the best part, where we unleashed the ancient plagues upon the world!
Yeah, we took care of that.
What?
Yeah.
Like the ancient plagues?
Yeah, it
Всем
was
доброй
super
ночи.
fun. Like, we got the old band back
Всё.
together. We went on these awesome quests. Finley made a bunch of mummies. That was weird. And,
Кармен,
yeah,
вот то же
and,
самое.
we went
У
down into
меня
the tombs, we sent your Plague Lords pack, and,
то же самое с Overwatch
we
2
already had a
вышло.
lot of practice
Я
beating
просто
Raphon,
как бы
so,
в
you know,
Overwatch все мягонько,
easy
все
peasy.
мягонько, красивенько.
What did you really
Мне
think
очень
that
понравилось.
was our master
В
plan?
Overwatch 2, как бы мне
Yeah.
показалось, дело не только в острых краях.
Why?
Well, it wasn't. We have much bigger plans.
Сами края, вот
we got what we
линии
wanted in
краев,
Uldum,
они
and we got
показались мне
away.
I mean, you
слишком
ran
резкими,
away.
как будто
We
их
totally kicked your
специально
butts.
The
вычерчивали.
Plague
Знаешь,
Lord
вот
of Undeath is
такой,
ours to
когда
command,
комиксовый
and we
идет стиль,
cannot be stopped.
когда надо
We
обязательно
just
сделать такую
stopped you.
обводку
We'll stop you
сильную.
again.
It's impossible. We're too powerful.
Look,
Roll
that's
the
why.
dice.
Roll the
Всем
tape.
доброй ночи и наслаждения. Мы это уже видели на открытии церемонии, но наслаждайтесь.
Is this the end? Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings beat down as they beat back foes. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against people they oppose. They ride and die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, building our hero. Never
Descent of Dragons is the epic conclusion in the year of the dragon. Good and evil will clash in the skies above Dragonblight.
So, what's this evil plan of yours anyways? Not that I care, because we're gonna beat you no matter what.
The Plague Lord of Undeath is ours, and we are going to use it to resurrect the most powerful dragon that has ever lived, that nobody has ever heard of. It's Galakrond, progenitor of the dragon race, the first of his kind, whose incredible might was only stopped by the combined efforts of the 5 dragon aspects.
I feel like he was stopped by choking on a rock, but I don't mean to interrupt your evil tirade.
This time will be different. This time he has allies. This time he has evil. So what is Galakrond for Hearthstone? Well, it's a brand new hero card, and there's one for each League of Evil class. We skipped ahead, but that's okay. Galakrond takes on different attributes and properties of the class that is resurrecting him. So here we see Galakrond the Unspeakable, Priest Galakrond. So for 7 mana, you destroy 1 random enemy minion, which is, not that great to start with, but he's been dead for 12,000 years. Give him a break. He's got to be powered up. He needs to be made stronger, and that's where we come in. You see, by playing cards that use Invoke, like Cultist, or performing rituals, we can make him stronger. After playing 2 Invoke cards, his battle cry doubles in strength, and he becomes Galakrond the Apocalypse. And he gets to destroy 2 random enemy minions. Galakrond can upgrade whether he's in your hand or your deck, so you feel free to play your cultists as you can. And if you thought the Apocalypse was bad, if you invoke 2 more times, the battle cry doubles in effect again, and it becomes Galakrond Azeroth's End. And at its full ultimate strength, you also get to equip a 5/2 weapon to crush those who stand before you. So what is his hero power? For Priest, it's add a random Priest minion to your hand. So this is what it is for regardless of what level he's at, but it is a very important part of the invoking process. You see, as we feed power and energy into Galakrond, he returns our loyal servitude with a gift.
Didn't he eat all of his loyal servants last time? I feel like that's what was feeding him. Spoilers for anyone who was thinking of joining the evil team.
Whether it be as a snack or devoted maniac, all will serve Galakrond in time.
Liv, is that a snack with 1 C or 2?
2.
Oh, okay, nice. I like these rituals. Go on.
So, what is this dark gift? Well, you see, as you invoke, Galakrond will do whatever his hero power is for your class. So for Priest, it adds a random Priest minion to your hand whenever you invoke. Taking a look at Devoted Maniac now, 4 mana, 2/2 neutral minion with Rush and Battlecry invoke Galakrond. So not only does this card make your Galakrond stronger, but depending on which class you're playing in, you get an additional bonus. So for Priest, you get to add a random Priest minion to your hand. If you're playing in Rogue, like we saw earlier in opening ceremonies, you got a Lackey to your hand. And if you're playing in Warlock, you get to summon Imps. This makes each Galakrond deck play a little bit differently. But let's take a look at another ritual that Priest can perform. Time Rip. The Infinite Dragonflight has aligned themselves with the Priests. And as such, they are going to rip your enemies out of time and space and feed that energy into Galakrond. So, for 5 mana, you get to destroy a minion, and you also get to add a random minion, or add a random Priest minion to your hand, which is pretty awesome. But there's more than just cultists and rituals. There's also Galakrond's lieutenants, who are here to make sure his resurrection goes as smoothly as planned. Let's take a look at Fate Weaver now. Fate Weaver is a 4 mana, 3/6 Priest Dragon. It says Battlecry, if you've invoked twice, reduce the cost of cards in your hand by 1. So if your Galakrond has reached at least the Apocalypse level, you've been adding cards to your hand through the invoking process, why not reduce the cost of all of them by 1? When we were designing Galakrond, we wanted to keep 3 major things in mind. First, we wanted to make sure you got power along the way. One of the problems we see a lot with cards that you build up over the course of the whole game is there's huge variance in whether you draw them or not, which is usually the difference between winning and losing. So by providing power every time you invoke, you get meaningful gameplay moment to moment, which is great. We also wanted to deliver on the fantasy of being the most powerful dragon that has ever lived. So some of our early iterations on Galakrond had him as a minion, and you'd build him up over the course of the whole game, and then you would slam down this behemoth of a minion, and your opponent would be openly weeping. But then it turns out those are tears of joy because they just polymorph your Galakrond and all your hard work is gone. And that's not fun. So we wanted to make sure you got to play out the rest of the game as the most powerful dragon that has ever lived. And finally, we wanted to make sure that Galakrond was different in every single class. So if you're playing it in Priest, it's more control-y because you're adding cards to your hand. If you're doing lackeys, it's going to be shenanigans-based. And with Warlock, it's going to be much more aggressive. But that's not all. We wanted to make sure that everyone could experience Galakrond right from the start. So we're giving Galakrond away for free when you log in for Descent of Dragons. But not just one, all 5 Galakronds will be yours. So behold the gifts that the League of Evil can provide, and bask in the glory that is Galakron.
Give me that. Evil people. So, I mean, sure, that sounds really scary, but we're the good guys. We've triumphed over evil before, and we'll do it again.
It's not gonna happen.
It's gonna happen. We just need a plan and some side quests. Now, the League of Evil is busy mucking around with all of these forbidden ancient rituals and their big dead dragon.
It's coming back.
In the meantime, we're going to be using side quests to actually get some things done. We're going to upset their rituals. We're going to rally the dragonflights to our cause. We're going to take to the skies and take back Dalaran by loading a bunch of leper gnomes into a slingshot and firing them into the city. Toxic Reinforcements is a 1-mana hunter side quest. Use your hunter power 3 times, and you're rewarded with 3 leper gnomes. Now, that's like 6 ways to go face. It's the hunter dream. There's nothing that could possibly go wrong here. So, that's one of the side quests. But I mentioned recruiting some dragons. And to do that, we're going to need to learn Draconic. Learn Draconic is a 1-mana mage side quest. Spend 8 mana on spells, and you're rewarded with a 6/6 dragon. Now, most mages are always spending a bunch of mana on spells anyways, so this is really just a free dragon. And we're not completely sure that Reno knows how to read in any language, so it's really a great opportunity all around. Now, unlike the legendary quests that we've done in the past, we wanted these to be very flexible so that they could fit in a bunch of different decks instead of being more of a build-around card. So you can include multiple copies, and they don't start in your opening hand. They also play to these very core parts of each of the classes that you're in, so that regardless of when you draw them over the course of the game, you have a good chance of completing them and getting all of those nice little bonuses that they'll give you along the way.
I mean, I'm not super worried about a bunch of irradiated gnomes and illiterate scoundrels. I mean, did you see how big Galakrond was?
Yeah, very big, very dead.
It's coming back.
You keep saying he's coming back, but our dragons are already here. It's like the old saying goes, you know? Catch more dragons with honey than ancient evil rituals. Now, this sweet little Azure Explorer is a 4-mana 2/3 mage dragon. He's got spell damage +2, and he's got this battle cry that'll discover another dragon for you. Now, these explorers are the emissaries between the League of Explorers and the dragonflights that we'll be working with. So all of them come with this battle cry that discovers another dragon for you. It's just what any good recruiter does. And they've also got this extra bonus. So they're powerful, they're helpful, they're adorable.
Are they all adorable?
Yes. Primordial Explorer is a 3-mana 2/3 hunter dragon. Again, she's got that discover a dragon battle cry, And she's poisonous, which is really handy for removing that pesky taunt that's between you and your opponent's face.
I kind of question your judgment on what things are cute, but continue.
You're evil. You don't need to get to judge what's cute. They're cute. Leave them alone. So, the Dragon Explorers are designed to help with consistency in the good guys' dragon decks. Because in those decks, you obviously want to be playing a lot of dragons, but you also want to be holding dragons in your hand so that you can take advantage of all of those tribal bonuses. So that's where their battle cry comes in. And each of them has this extra bonus, spell damage, poisonous, etc., that's more tailored to their specific class, and so that you can get like an extra bonus from that as well. So it's a pretty decent number of dragons, but we've got even more dragons on the way. We've got legendary dragons. We've got the biggest,
not even remotely,
nicest,
sure,
coolest dragons in all of Azeroth. We saw Ysera unleashed during the opening ceremony. She's a 9-mana, 4/12 druid dragon, and with her battle cry, she's going to shuffle 7 dream portals into your deck. And each of those portals will summon a random dragon for you when it's drawn. But if Ysera and the entire might of the Emerald Dream isn't enough for you, we've also got the aspect of magic himself, Malygos. Malygos Aspect of Magic is a 5-mana, 2/8 mage dragon. And if you're holding a dragon when you play him, he'll let you discover one of the mage cards that you know and love. But this is the aspect of magic we're talking about, so of course, he's going to juice those spells up for you a little bit. Some of these spells are more powerful. Well, Malygos' Fireball still costs 4, but now it's going to deal 8 damage. Malygos' Intellect still costs 3, but now you get to draw 4 cards with it. And some of them are cheaper. Malygos' Polymorph now costs 1, because I guess the aspect of magic decided to spend a lot of time practicing turning things into sheep. I don't know, it's his business, leave him alone.
You're not the only one with dragon aspects. Not only do we have the most powerful dragon that has ever lived, Galakrond, we also have the most powerful dragon aspect that has ever lived. You know him, you love him, he caused a cataclysm. It's Deathwing. He's an 8-mana 12/12. Oh, it's awesome. He's got battle cry attack all other minions. So he's not only a board clear, but he also has a 12 attack minion that your opponent has to deal with after the fact, provided he doesn't kill himself.
Your dragons seem to have a real knack for being either dead or insane. Like, I like the consistency, but
it's a small price to pay for power absolute. But it is not up to me to decide how this chapter ends. It is up to you, the players, who choose who succeeds in this final epic conclusion. And it is up to you, the audience today, to decide which legendary dragon we reveal next. The league with the loudest supporters will get an additional card revealed. So, League of Evil, if there is darkness in your hearts, and you would blot out the sun on wings of destruction as the world burned beneath you, then let me hear you roar! Yes. Now, League of Explorers, let me hear your cries of terror and futility as we crush you beneath our boots! This is embarrassing. Every time the good guys win, it's not even fair.
I mean, you said you were gonna feed all your guys to a dragon.
I'm just disappointed, really. All right,
all right, yeah, let's see it.
Let's see the good guys.
Maybe. That's right.
No!
This is cheating. You're cheating.
They didn't deserve it. All right, it's Waxadread. Sorry. It's a 5-mana 7/5 rogue dragon that we're gonna roll with. It's a death rattle, shuffle a candle into your deck that resummons Waxadread when drawn. Rogues are great at shuffling stuff into their deck, and Togwaggle couldn't find any dragons that would befriend him, so he made his own.
Yeah, so you cheated and you had to make your own friend. That's cool, Liv. That's really cool. So, we've seen a lot of dragons so far. We've seen some awesome world-saving dragons. We've seen some dragons that are super dead, super crazy.
But they are coming back and powerful.
Super made of wax, which I wasn't expecting, but it's not very scary. Not gonna lie. But let's take a look at some synergies for those dragons. The Dragon Breaths are a new set of cards that every class gets. These are all spells that have a base effect plus an extra bonus if you are holding a dragon when you play them. Sand Breath is a 1-mana paladin spell. No matter what, it's going to give a minion +1/+2. But if you're holding a dragon when you play it, that minion will get Divine Shield as well.
Wait, you guys eat sand? No wonder you guys don't have a plan.
We've been going over our plan for like 10 minutes. Have you not been?
But it doesn't have 3 steps. This is not a master plan. This is like baby's first plan.
Liv, our plan only needs 2 steps. 1, save the world. 2, look good doing it. And if you're wondering, we're already halfway done.
I got nothing. Let's move on. It's wax or candle breath. It's not wax breath. It's close. So it's a 6-mana rogue spell that draws 3 cards, and because we got to see Waxadread earlier, it costs 3 less if you're holding a dragon. So if you're doing that shuffle-in shenanigans with Waxadread, and you're doing the dragon deck for rogue, why not draw them out real cheap? Yeah. So when designing the Dragon Breaths, we wanted to make sure that every dragon deck pushed in a little bit of a different direction. That way you kind of know what to do with your dragon deck in each class. So Paladin is a little bit more mid-range focused, and they can do more trading with the Divine Shield. That's a hard one. And then Rogues are great at shuffling in and doing those sorts of shenanigans, so that's what they're good at.
You know, I feel like you'd have a lot easier time with these breaths if you had your own dragon explorers. Just
we don't need consistency when we are this powerful.
Disagree, but, you know, I'm apparently an illiterate scoundrel, so
true.
Let the rude. Let the audience decide. Now, I'm kind of wondering at that point too. So, since we are the good guys, and since we, unlike some people, always play fair.
Take advantage of their sympathy, please.
League of Evil, if you would like to cheer first, the floor is yours.
Hey! Took a while, but...
Fine, they got there. You know, they're getting there. They're like Galacron. They get there. And League of Explorers. Let's do... We did it.
We did it.
Corrosive Breath is a 2-mana hunter spell. No matter what, it's going to deal 3 damage to a minion, but if you're holding a dragon when you play it, it's going to deal 3 damage to the enemy hero as well. We talked about how hunters love going face. Turns out their dragons do too.
So we've shown you a bunch of awesome new cards today. Descent of Dragons goes live on December 10th, and you can pre-order it today. Keep your eyes peeled because we're going to have more spoilers and teasers coming up in this upcoming month. But we've got so much more to talk about. We've got something that I'm really excited about. This is a brand new game mode for Hearthstone, which is super, super awesome. But to talk more about it in depth, I'd like to introduce Mike Donay and Connor Koo to the stage. Hey.
Thank you, Liv and Hadija. Dragons are awesome. Thank you. Guy in the crowd who appreciates my flannel. Today, I finally get to tell you about the new game mode that we've been working on for the last 6 months. It has been super fun to work on. My name is Mike Donay. This is Connor Koo, 2 of the designers that worked on this new game mode. Boom. The new game mode is Battlegrounds.
Yeah.
Battlegrounds is our brand new Hearthstone game mode. It's an 8-player game mode. It's a free-for-all, and it's inspired by games in the auto battler genre. But it's using the Hearthstone cards that you know and love. Now, it's been a while since we've added a new game mode to Hearthstone. So you might be wondering, like, where is it? Well, we've added a new button to the box. It's called Modes. In Modes, you'll see the arena and our new game mode Battlegrounds. Once you're in the lobby screen here.
In the lobby, you'll be able to see your rating. We have a matchmaking system, so you're paired against opponents of equal skill. We also keep track of your wins, your top 4. Your rating goes up if you make the top 4 or the 8, down if you're in the bottom 4. Pretty standard rating system. You'll see that more in practice as you play. Now let's have Connor go through the gameplay.
All right, so we're in a game here. So at the start of the game, you get to pick from a selection of heroes. There's 24 heroes in Battlegrounds. Each of them have their own unique hero powers. So at the beginning, you get to pick from a selection of them. Everyone gets a unique one. So here you can see, you can sort of look at what their hero powers are. We're going to pick Maleficent Manastorm here. Her hero power is Tinker, and it gives all the mechs in Bob's Tavern +1/+1. That means that every mech we purchase is going to be a little bit stronger, so we're going to have like an advantage going into mechs. So we've picked our hero, we're waiting for everyone else, and you can see the 7 other opponents here. They all just fell into our brand new scoreboard that's on the left.
My favorite commander
So we're here in the
is
first
back. Ready
phase
to
of the
get
game, it's the
started?
recruit phase. And in the recruit phase, we're going to buy minions, and we're going to build out our warband. So here you can see that there's 3 minions on Bob's side of the board. Now one of them's a mech, and it's buffed by our hero power, so we're probably going to buy that one. So now we're going to put it in play, and once the turn timer ends, we're going to go into the second phase, which is the combat phase, where we'll be matched up against another player in the game. You can see who our next opponent is on the scoreboard here, and it's Queen Wagtoggle. Once we're in the combat phase, the minions are going to attack automatically, and you'll just get to watch the combat play out.
Others, I'm rooting for you.
All right, so you can see our minions are fighting, and it looks like we're going to win combat, so we get to do a little bit of face damage here. And that's sort of how the game goes. It sort of goes between the recruit and the combat phase until there's only one player left standing. So we're back in the recruit phase here, and we've got a new set of minions that we can pick from. But we don't really like these ones, so we might just upgrade our tavern. So you can see we just hit that button in the top left next to Bob, and our tavern tier increased. So now we're at tavern tier 2. Your tavern tier represents the strength of the minions that will appear in Bob's Tavern. So next turn, we're hopefully going to see some stronger minions. So we're going back into combat. It looks like we're fighting the Great Akazantarak. It looks like he didn't upgrade his tavern. He just bought another minion, so he's a little stronger than us. But you know, we're investing in the future, so we're gonna come back and get him. All right. Hopefully, we'll find some stronger minions.
Really raging out there.
So we've got 2 mechs in the shop here. We've got a Micro Machine and a Nightmare Amalgam. Micro Machine's a really interesting minion in this game because the buffs that you acquire during the recruit phase are permanent. So Micro Machine will increase its attack every single turn. And if you've noticed, our minions always return after combat, just as they were, with the buffs that they had. So Micro Machine's just gonna keep growing. So we just refreshed the shop a couple times, and we found another Micro Machine, so we're gonna freeze it and buy it next turn.
I think you can win this thing.
So we're back into combat. We're against Queen Wagtoggle again. They're a bit stronger this time, but we got a really good buy next round. We've got our Micro Machine back, and we're gonna pick that up. And it's really awesome because now we've got 2 Micro Machines. If we find a third Micro Machine, they're gonna combine, it's gonna become a golden Micro Machine, and the stats are gonna double, and the power of the minion is gonna double. So that means Micro Machine's gonna be getting 2 attack every turn instead of 1. In addition, we're also gonna get a reward for playing that where we get to discover a minion from a higher tavern tier. So getting those triples are really important in this game. We've got a super awesome start to a great mech warband here.
So that was just a sample of the
Keep up the
gameplay.
momentum, friend.
Hopefully you get an idea of how it plays out. If you want to play a full game yourself, we have 200 machines. If you're here at BlizzCon, you can play the demo on the floor. Check it out. It's really fun. You can go and play it again as many times as you want. It's the full game. Let me tell you now a little bit about how we got around to making this mode. First of all, the Hearthstone team, we play a lot of games. And about 6 months ago in March, you would see about half the people on the Hearthstone team would play Hearthstone on the lunchtime, and about half were playing this other game called Auto Chess. And we were thinking, wow, what if we could make like a combination like chocolate and peanut butter, put the two games together, and make some game that's even better than the two parts? And that's when we started making this game.
Yeah, so it just happened that I had been working on a tavern brawl, actually, that was inspired by Auto Chess. And you know, when we set out to make the game mode, we really wanted to take some of the exciting elements that we loved about auto battlers, like automatic combat, and combine it with the things that we know and love about Hearthstone. So that means you're still having great, awesome, exciting stories, and you're still thinking about how do I combine weird cards and abilities to sort of like create these super powerful warbands. And we think after all this work we've done, we've come out with this great experience it's a new experience for people who play Hearthstone and a new experience for people who play auto battlers.
It was really different. We had to make a lot of changes to the engineering. Hearthstone was originally designed to be 2 players. In fact, it was 1 player and 1 opponent. So the engineers had to rebuild it to be 8 players, all in one game at the same time. People like Martin, hi. And when they did so, they had repercussions on other parts of the game, and they had to rebuild those to support 8 players also. So it was a ton of work, and our engineers went above and beyond making this game mode in such a short time.
Yeah, in addition to making 8-player tech work, they've also added a whole bunch of different features, a bunch of different ways of interacting with Hearthstone that you get to experience in Battlegrounds. So let's look at some of those right now.
All right.
So in Battlegrounds, we've got 2 different phases, the recruit phase and the combat phase, and they're using 2 different boards. We're actually transitioning between the 2 boards. So in the recruit phase, we're in the tavern board, and we're joined by our old friend, Bartender Bob. Now, one of the most awesome things that we've got on the tavern board is the ability to pick up and move your minions around and rearrange them. And that's why the minions are highlighted blue. You can pick up the minions on Bob's side of the board and drag them to your hero to purchase them. You can also pick up your own minions to rearrange them, to get ready for combat, and you can send them back to Bob and get a gold back and buy something else. We've also got a bunch of new buttons on the board, and they're on Bob's side of the board, actually. So you can see in the top right, there's a freeze button, so you can freeze it like you saw in the video in case there's a minion you want to buy, but you don't have enough gold this round. Or you can press the button next to that to refresh, look for more minions, just sort of cycle through minions, and look for the minions you really want. Try to find those triples. To the left of Bob, you can see your tavern tier. We're at tavern tier 2 in this picture. And the button next to it, it will upgrade your tavern. There's 6 total taverns, and each tavern tier costs a little more than the last one. The higher the tavern tier you are, the more powerful the minions you'll see in Bob's Tavern. So we'll show you some really powerful minions later that you haven't seen yet. Once your timer ends, you go straight into the combat phase, and we're using the combat board there.
Combat board is also a new board, painted by one of our artists, Jerry. And when he drew this crown that you can see in the bottom corner, he put the purple jewel on. We really liked that crown. And we decided to make it an icon for the game. We ended up using it throughout the game in different parts. In fact, on the scoreboard, on the side, you can see the crown above the Lich King. He's in the first place right now. That scoreboard there is sorted by who's winning, and the top players currently got the most health, which means they're in first place. Let me show you a little bit more about the scoreboard. So the scoreboard has all 8 of the players in the game. It shows their current health, and you can mouse over them to see a little bit more information. So you can see their hero power, you can see what hero they're playing, You can see what tavern tier they have, how much they've upgraded Bob's Tavern. You can see how many triples they've earned this game, and what kind of win streak they're on. And at some point in the future, after some feedback from beta testers, we decided we want to add how many minions of each type they have in their lineup.
So we've also got another new feature in Battlegrounds. We've got some social features. It's an 8-player game, so we've got to add some social features, right? So we're adding these visual emotes. So in Battlegrounds, when you right-click your hero, you're going to see these new visual emotes that our awesome artists made. And everyone's favorite emote is Wavy Murloc.
Wavy Murloc's great. I really like the thumbs up gnome. If your opponents, you just beat your opponent down, you want to like make them feel a little better, send them the thumbs up gnome. Another social feature that we added is the ability to play with a friend. You open up your friends list, click on their name, and you can invite them to play a game of Battlegrounds with you. The two of you will queue up together. It will not be cooperative. You still get to smash them. But you will be in the same 8-player game, and you can have shared stories that way. Another thing I wanted to tell you about is some bonuses that we added. So in addition to, just to remind you, the game comes out next week. It's free to play. But you can have some bonuses if you own some card packs from the most recent expansion. In this case, Descent of Dragons will be the most recent expansion. If you have 10 card packs from Descent of Dragons, you will unlock the first bonus, which is extra stats that will be available to you. Let me show you a quick example of that. You can see like the heroes you played the most, the heroes you win with the most, and some other stats that might be interesting for you. If you own 20 card packs from the most recent expansion, you'll be able to choose from 3 heroes each game instead of choosing from 2 heroes each game. That choice means if you see one you don't really want to play, or you just played them last game, it'll give you more options. And the third bonus is the visual emotes that you guys just saw. So you can get these card packs by spending gold. You might have a bunch of gold saved up from the last expansion by card packs. If you pre-purchase, you'll get the card packs. Or you can just play without the bonuses if you don't want to.
All right. So, like I said in the video, we've got 24 heroes in Battlegrounds, and they each have their own new, unique hero powers. So they all sort of change your experience. This is Jiraxis. His hero power is Blood Fury, and it gives your demons +1/+1. So this is really powerful if you have a demon warband, because you get to buff your demons every single turn. So if you've got 7 demons, you're giving all your demons +1/+1 every single turn, and your demons just keep getting stronger and stronger and stronger.
Another new hero we have is George the Fallen. George the Fallen is a paladin that you all know and love. He's got some tough times. He's got a bandage on his head now. His hero powers give a minion Divine Shield. So this is particularly good in Battlegrounds because buffs that you earn during the recruit phase are permanent. So you get the Divine Shield, it stays on for the rest of the game unless you sell that minion. Buffs that happen during combat are temporary because your warband is always reset to the start at the end of combat. They all come back to life with their original stats. But this is a really good ability, but it's pretty expensive. It costs you 4 gold coins to activate.
So we've also got 10 brand new minions that we've designed just for Battlegrounds. This is one of our favorite minions. It's Soul Juggler. It's a Tavern Tier 3 minion, and it has, whenever a friendly demon dies, deal 3 damage to a random enemy minion. So this is really powerful in demon warbands, especially with cards like Voidlord. So Voidlord is a taunt demon that has Death Rattle, summon 3 1/3 demons with taunt. And taunt works just like it does in regular Hearthstone. Minions have to attack minions with taunt first. So that means when Voidlord is in front of your Soul Juggler, it's going to protect your Soul Juggler. And when it dies, your Soul Juggler is going to blast something, and then it's going to summon 3 more demons to protect your Soul Juggler. And it's just going to keep triggering, and then your Soul Juggler is just going to destroy everything, and you're going to be winning the game.
A lot of building warbands in Battlegrounds is getting those synergies from either minion type, or maybe you have Battlecry or Death Rattle synergies, and then knowing when to swap synergies. Really fun part of the game. A lot of the new custom minions were designed with that in mind. So Mama Bear here is really good with beasts. Mama Bear is a 5/5 beast that whenever you summon a beast, it gains +5/+5, and it's a Tavern Tier 6 minion. You can see that we've replaced the mana cost with Tavern Tier for this mode. So let me tell you about how that plays out with a card like Savannah Highmane. When you play Savannah Highmane in the recruit phase, it'll get that +5/+5, and it'll be 11/10. Then when you enter combat, the Savannah Highmane may die, and 2 hyenas will come out to see what's going on. And those hyenas will get +5/+5 also from Mama Bear, so there'll be 7/7 hyenas. You're kind of get the bonus twice. Really good synergy with cards like Savannah Highmane, and you'll find other cards in Battlegrounds that have this kind of double synergies. You want to make sure your Savannah Highmane is on the left, so it's attacking first before Mama Bear attacks, so that it does die and gets the benefit of the Mama Bear. You can drag minions around from left to right, so you can take advantage of that synergy. Let's get one more.
Another Tavern Tier 6 minion, Kangor's Apprentice. It's super powerful. It has Death Rattle, some of the first 2 friendly mechs that died this combat. So there's so many crazy combos you can do with this card. And one of my favorites is with Sneed's Old Shredder. Sneed's Old Shredder is a mech, and when it dies, it summons a random legendary. So if you have a Sneed's Old Shredder die early in the combat, when your Kangor's Apprentice dies, it's going to resummon that Sneed's Old Shredder, and then you're going to get another random legendary, and it's just going to be crazy. It's even more powerful if you've got a golden Sneed's Old Shredder.
Golden?
Which means you got 3 Sneed's Old Shredders, and they combine, and they have a new Death Rattle, which is, it summons 2 legendary minions. So if your golden Sneed's Old Shredder dies early in the combat, and then Kangor's Apprentice dies, it's going to resummon the golden one. You're going to end up getting 2 more legendaries.
Just a reminder how goldens work. If you get 3 minions with the same name, they combine together, they give you a golden version. That golden version has double the attack, double the health, and double the text box. And then when you play it, it gives you a bonus card in your hand. That bonus card lets you discover a minion of a higher Tavern Tier. So they're quite important, fun part of the game. A couple more features that we added is we have a web card database. This is available right now, playhearthstone.com/battlegrounds. You can look up all the minions to see what Tavern Tier they are. You can also look at all 24 of the heroes. The heroes are all unique to Battlegrounds. And you can mouse over the minions to see what the golden versions of them are, and you can see the hero powers and so on. So that'll be a nice way to get more information on Battlegrounds while you're waiting for it to come out on Tuesday. Another feature we have is the web leaderboards. These go live on Tuesday. They're going to show the top 1,000 players in Battlegrounds based on their matchmaking rating. So play a lot, win a lot, get your rating up. Maybe watch your top players, see if your favorite one's in the top 1,000. Hopefully they are. Let me go over the release dates one time real quick before we finish up. The release date is November 5th for the closed beta. To get access to the closed beta, if you've got a BlizzCon ticket or a virtual ticket, or if you pre-purchase Descent of Dragons, you'll be in the closed beta. 1 week later, on November 12th, is the open beta. Everybody can play for free at that point. Check it out. Thanks for coming and watching the Descent of Dragons and Battlegrounds. Have a good BlizzCon.
Thank you for attending Hearthstone. What's next? Coming up, the cosplay exhibition will begin at 5:15.